Welcome, one and all. For today, we are returning to the thing we do best, reading through video game history books, laughing and correcting along the way. It is Dum-da-da-dum, Kent, Volume 2. I am joined by some wonderful people who will be reading the block quotes and otherwise imparting their knowledge onto the proceedings. We have Mr. Jumpman. Then we have Rage Beat.
Hello.
Jacob Starr.
Hello.
Alexander Smith of They Create Worlds.
Hello.
And FTB of F Space T Space B.
Hello.
We're back again with Kent, everybody. Who was here for the last Kent? I know Jacob was, and Alex was.
Indeed.
I think everybody else was just here for Console Wars. So you will get a new taste, a new experience. It won't be quite as zany and crazy as Console Wars was, but I think we will find some things to have some fun with along the way. This is the Ultimate History of Video Games Volume 2. We already did a full read-through of Volume 1. It took 50 plus hours, if you want to go and watch that. We are going to be heading into the 21st century here with Kent. Technically, at the very end of his Volume 1, he got into the 21st century, but he didn't really touch on that stuff because it came out in 2001. But this is him trying to be as contemporary as possible, which I think is a problem of the way that he covers this stuff. But we've already had our complaints about Volume 1. Any expectations for what we are going to see ahead of us?
Well, I have read this once. I read it right when it came out. So, I mean, I don't have it super memorized. My recollection is that it is, unlike Volume 1, it is mostly harmless. It's
Mostly.
It's not great or inspiring history, but it's not as error-ridden as the first volume. But we'll see if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong.
Anybody else going in with a fresh mind?
I'm curious how he handles other countries other than America after 2000, if at all.
Wait, there's other countries other than America?
Wait, you're saying Sony was not American?
I mean, technically they are now. Sony Computer Entertainment, I mean. Or SIE, whatever they call themselves these days. Sony Interactive Entertainment.
Well, let's begin our delve into the Ultimate History of Video Games, Volume 2. The first thing, actually, off will be the foreword, which is a quote. So somebody will have to read that. It is Mark Cerny who is opening up this book. Okay, Jacob. Yeah, actually, that makes sense. Jacob, you will start us off.
All right.
We have the Ultimate History of Video Games Volume 2, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, and the billion-dollar battle to shape modern gaming, while leaving out all of the things that actually shape modern gaming, but we'll get there. All right, the foreword. Take it away, Jacob.
There is an incredible velocity to the games business. I began my career at Atari in 1982. I was thrilled to be able to join the company. It was booming. I worked in the arcade game division, which had a string of hits, such as Asteroids, Centipede, Missile Command, and Tempest, but that wasn't the only business Atari was in. There was, of course, the Atari 2600, which was the top video game console in the world, and its line of products even included a popular home computer, the Atari 800.
For a given value of popular.
Just 5 years later, Atari had broken up and the pieces sold.
5 years? What the hell is he talking about?
The arcade business was a shadow of its former self. Consoles were now the undisputed king, and Nintendo was the center of the gaming universe. In any other business, that would be a story of an exceptionally chaotic time, but a look at the history of video games reveals that rapid evolution throughout. Flash forward another 5 years, and Sega's Genesis had become the top console.
Quote unquote.
5 years after that, and PlayStation was making the headlines. You're welcome. One concept. But adaptability had become key for those working in games. There aren't many old timers, and those that remain have usually reinvented themselves several times along the way. Personally, I'm on my third career within games. I began as a programmer slash game designer, then transitioned into working as a producer, and for the last decade or so, I've been designing console hardware. My advice for anyone just starting in the business is to work on as many facets of their projects as possible. Not only can it be a lot of fun, but it also increases the odds of being able to weather whatever storms may come. This rapid evolution has also empowered and liberated game creators. Blocky 2D graphics have given way to photorealism, with great impact on immersion and empathy. World simulation has progressed from modeling 2 ping pong paddles and a ball to being able to represent New York City and its 8 million inhabitants.
I don't think there's a single game that's done that, but whatever.
All 8 million on the screen at once. Remember when you could take on 100 Heartless at once? Hearts 2? Now it's 8 million at once.
I'm reminded of that PlayStation 3 online only game that was like it was part of the PlayStation Store, where there was the last guy was just a dot and everybody else, all the zombies were dots.
As for liberation, games have nearly completed their transformation from immutable objects, cartridges, discs, and so on, to digital creations, capable of reflecting the ongoing aspirations of the creators and responsive to the desires of those playing them.
And
unless you're Nintendo, which with the Switch 2 was like, why not be both?
Weird system.
A useless card with no game on it and a download.
Needless to say, the game experience has also changed, almost beyond recognition. My favorite genre is large, story-driven action games. These didn't exist in any form 40-something years ago. It's been a tough year with the pandemic, but thanks to video games, I've been able to travel to the Pacific Northwest, medieval Japan, and the 9 realms of Norse mythology. I'm very grateful.
It's all Sony games, of course.
Well, yes.
Yeah. And yet sometimes it's a little bittersweet. I can remember my youth and that marvelous sense of anticipation when a new game came to the arcades. These days, we're spoiled for choice. Hundreds of games arrive each day, and our challenge has become finding the standouts worth spending our precious time on. I wouldn't want to go back, but I hope you'll forgive me when I say that I miss that feeling just a little bit. Turning now to the book in your hands.
I got nothing here. I do actually have the book. I did purchase it.
Yeah.
I am following along in my Kindle edition, but I do not have a physical copy of it.
Everyone else listening, just please rest your hands on the screen and you will have the correct experience. A good approximation, at least. It covers roughly the 3rd and 4th decades of video games and does a brilliant job of communicating that velocity I've been talking about. I understand that in many ways the author was in a race against time, as memories of these critical years are fading fast. History is important. Let's be sure to capture ours. If you're in games, keep your notes. If you're playing games, then blog, vlog, or otherwise preserve your thoughts. Just as these stories have been made visible to us, we can ensure that our stories can be brought to future generations. Enjoy.
Read the quote attribution.
Mark Cerny, October 2020.
So for those who don't know, and we kind of alluded as we went through. So as he said, he was at Atari for a long time. Then he went to Sega, where he headed up, well, in some sense, the Sega Technical Institute, and then went to Universal, right? Yeah. Yes.
Well, he had like a brief stint at Crystal Dynamics and then went over, I believe.
Yeah, that is true. He was very brief.
I'm not saying the whole thing. I'm just going through the highlights here. That he was producer, where he helped Universal and the Spyro and Crash Bandicoot, and then went to Sony, where starting with the PS4, he became the lead hardware designer.
In between, he did go full Naughty Dog. Like he started out helping Naughty Dog from the Universal side, then he actually joined Naughty Dog. I think Naughty Dog and
what he did is
he joined one of them.
He went to Sony and brought Naughty Dog with them, basically, and as well kind of kept in touch with Insomniac and basically brought those two kind of into the PS2 gen.
I mean, he was actually with Naughty Dog. I mean, for a brief period, I think.
He effectively had his consultancy.
Yeah.
Like he.
Yeah, I mean, he might have technically
put on
been a
their
consultant,
payroll,
but yeah, he might have technically been a consultant. That's fair, but.
So for the PS4 and PS5, this has literally been the guy behind the scenes. And he's given a lot of historical interviews on stuff, but he is a man who is still in the business. And, the things that he writes here are worth considering. I just don't know if they're really worth giving praise to Kent for. I don't think Kent was reading blogs to preserve the memories of gamers past.
It feels like that he was just given the premise of the foreword and just like, yeah, this guy, he had a book coming out. I don't know if he read it or not, but
he was in the first volume. Like he did. He gave some quotes for that. So I assume he read the book and he liked it. So that's why he decided to go with this rather than Peter Molyneux, who did the foreword of the first one.
That foreword has totally aged well.
Welcome, Kate. Just in time for the start. We flip the page, and we are in the introduction. Why on earth? Who wants to read for Rod Cousins? Can't be Alex, because he's interviewed him.
I've not interviewed Rod Cousins, but he is British, so,
All right.
I'll do it.
Jumpman, take it away.
Why on earth? While they're easier to write off as kids' stuff, video games are big business, and they're about to get a whole lot bigger. Hello, you.
And here I was trying to be accurate.
That's why I have stayed in video games. I love video games. I never stopped learning, and it's never stopped evolving. There's always been a what next, whether it's been technology, whether it's lifestyle, people's social habits.
We're off to a great start.
Yeah, I suppose this is a good point to give a note to the people who weren't around for the first volume. Obviously, playing it straight and accurate is totally fine and acceptable, but unlike with Console Wars, where other than our mysterious Nordic count, we were keeping things realistic. We went some places on the block quotes.
We may be back to some of those places in the near future.
We created some characters.
Yeah, so you can go. So Rod Cousins as Guru Larry, we will take.
I mean, it's a great balance, to be fair. I mean, we had that great moment with the Miles Monotail story.
Okay. And that was Jumpman too. Look at him. He makes the memorable moments for us. Rod Cousins, former president, International Activision, former COO, International Acclaim Entertainment, former CEO, Codemasters, CEO, Jigix. And what is the note we have here? This is actually a quote from Next Generation, but it's up here rather than down here, which doesn't make any sense. Is this part not a quote, the same quote? I don't think that's what they intend. Kent needs some stylistic guidelines, I think. All right, into the book proper. The end of an era. After struggling through the mid-90s, video games became a craze at the end of the century. Sony's entry into the industry with the original PlayStation brought a chic sophistication to the once largely ignored fad, niche market, kids-only, nerdy world of interactive games. By this time, game sales had topped $5 billion in the United States, overtaking box office revenues. Hollywood had even produced a handful of movies about video games. Granted, 1993's Super Mario Bros. Movie was a bona fide box office disaster, and 1994's Street Fighter movie wasn't much better. Then Angelina Jolie, very possibly the hottest name in Hollywood at the time. I don't think so.
Yes. Name. Hottest name.
That's the way to put it. Agreed to play Lara Croft, gotta say that right, in a Tomb Raider movie. And the future of films based on games looked brighter than ever. Yeah, sure, alright. That sudden urge of interest in games wasn't restricted to the United States, it was worldwide. In Tokyo, video game giant Sega Enterprises occupied a modern skyscraper in an otherwise dreary neighborhood a few blocks from the Haneda International Airport.
Jeez,
It's
what did
Tokyo!
that do to you?
Several floors up, newly appointed Sega CEO Shoichiro Irimajiri occupied a luxurious office inside a glass-enclosed feng shui garden.
They're not Bond villains, Steven.
I have a feeling this is from first-hand experience that he's speaking on this one.
Yes, he has probably been in that office. Yes.
Yeah, it exists. I'm just making fun of the way he's framing it.
Irimajiri's company was on the move. Sega had just released a powerful new video game console. Yu Suzuki, creator of Sega's best-known arcade games, was working on Shenmue, the most expensive video game ever created. Alright, what's the note here? The making of Shenmue cost an estimated $50 million, which is disputed numbers, as far as I know. It has since been overshadowed by games such as Grand Theft Auto V and Star Wars The Old Republic, both which cost over $100 million.
I mean, a Grand Theft Auto game is a logical choice. Star Wars The Old Republic, like, why choose that random game?
I think they did at the time advertise how much it cost, which, you know, for EA, I guess that makes sense given now what they did with Wing Commander 3, so...
Yes.
Oh, they had big flash mobs and stuff, and they were trying to really bring it down. And in fact, like, there were some in message boards at the time were kind of making fun of it in relationship to the cost. Although it's more fondly remembered now, at the contemporary moment, they were calling it Tortanic.
Yeah. I played it at launch. I haven't played it much since, but if I were to log in, I'd have a founder title.
Yeah, I played the Imperial Spy campaign, and that's it. So
I love the Imperial Spy. Anyway,
Suzuki justified the expense by pointing out that Sega could amortize the technologies developed by Shenmue by applying them in other games, a statement which in games has never worked! Not a single time! Never!
And that's what brought us to our forklift renaissance we live in right now.
After all, the video game business had entered an era of blockbusters. Halfway across Tokyo, in the Meguro district, Squaresoft occupied multiple floors in the same glass and marble skyscraper as Disney's Japanese operation.
They've been there a while. They didn't invade. Okay, Steven.
Riding high on the international success of Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy IX, which wasn't as successful, but...
7 and 8.
Oh, 7 and... Oh, God. This is going to be the beginning of my numbers thing, which I always have, it seems.
Also, Squaresoft is one word.
Yeah, at this point in time.
Yeah, it was at one time 2 words. I do know that.
Yeah, but at this point in time, it would be one word.
Also, it would be, I think it's Squaresoft Electronic Arts at this point. It's a very weird...
But that would be the PC
that was
publishing.
That was a specific publishing thing they did. Yeah.
Riding high on the international successes of Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII, the board of directors at Squaresoft had recently approved the project, which would be even more expensive than Shenmue. They had greenlighted a Final Fantasy movie. Now, he is going to go into the Final Fantasy movie because he wrote the making of Spirits Within. So, like, this is what he is shoehorning into this.
He's in the extras on the DVD.
Hironobu Sakaguchi, creator of the Final Fantasy series, quote-unquote, wanted to create a full-length feature film based on his role-playing games, RPGs, in case you didn't know. He envisioned a film that would be neither animated nor live action. Instead, it would be made using cutting-edge technology that placed animated skins over live actors.
Terrible way of putting that.
I believe they call that animation. It doesn't matter. Like, rotoscoping also is still animation.
And also, let us not forget that Donkey Kong Country, the animated series, had already done exactly that.
Yes.
that we wish we could forget. That this was a big deal, a Hollywood first. What? No, there was mocap before this. Like, what? That is a weird statement. The cost of making that movie was originally forecast at over $50 million. The final budget was closer to $150 million. Like Sega, Square was gambling that the motion capture technologies developed for the movie could be applied to future games. That much did happen, I believe.
Because of the movie or just because of developing technology, who can say?
Well, I mean, that's the latter is what they meant.
Don't you remember all those movies that starred Aki after
Sakaguchi himself no longer lived in Japan. He'd opened Square's new film studio in Hawaii on the top floors of a posh office building overlooking Honolulu Harbor. The new digs were amazing. An entire glass wall overlooking the ocean, an indoor water feature, ultra-modern decor, and a bank of computers so enormous in size that the only way to get them to the top floor of the building was to lower them from helicopters.
so we had an old mainframe computer?
Well, they had to have a server farm.
No, I'm just joking around. I'm just imagining like a PDP-1 in there for no reason whatsoever.
Across town on the inland slopes of Diamond Head, Square's motion capture team shared a studio lot with the production company making Baywatch. There were two sound stages on that lot, an old one built during the 1960s for Hawaii Five-0, and a much newer one erected by Steven Spielberg for Jurassic Park. David Hasselhoff and company filmed in the old studio. Square used the new one. We're going to get a lot of celebrity name drops, I think, as we go forward. While Square Studios president Jun Ida searched for top-tier Hollywood talent to lend their voices to the film, motion capture co-director Remington Scott performed stunt performers taking every step, fall, and jump that would appear in the movie. He captured their movements using computers and translated them into data, then placed the skins digitally created actors over the moving skeletons he had created. Yes, him himself. Nobody else. Remington Scott was a pioneer. No one in the movie industry had any level of expertise with this new technology, but Scott came from the video game industry. He designed and operated Acclaim's motion capture studio in Glen Clove, New York, where he worked on a game called Turok Dinosaur Hunter. But I thought you said this has never been done before.
Yeah.
What was the first film to use mocap for polygons? Was it Young Sherlock Holmes? Or, I think that was just a creation, right?
Yeah, I think that was just a animation.
What was the first one to...
Looking for actors, Ida hit a roadblock after roadblock until...
Lawnmower Man. It's Lawnmower Man. Never mind.
Ming-Na Wen, who'd starred in the first season of ER and was the voice of Mulan, agreed to play the lead role. Once Ida announced that Wen had been signed on, talent agents took the project seriously. Alec Baldwin joined the cast. So did Ving Rhames, Steve Buscemi, Donald Sutherland, James Woods, and veteran character actor Keith David. I mean, anything with Keith David gets a...
Truly an ironclad cast right here.
I mean, no offense to Ming-Na, who's great and is also like a legitimate nerd. Like, I don't think her presence is what made Alec Baldwin and Steve Buscemi be like, you know what? Maybe we should be in this.
Yeah, I would doubt that. In Washington, D.C., Senator Joseph Lieberman, Democratic of Connecticut, continued calling out inappropriate content in video games in his video game report cards, an annual event held in the Senate Judiciary Committee's chambers. It wasn't...
We also have a TV show. No, we don't.
It wasn't just violence that bothered him. Depictions of sexual content, foul language, and drug use concerned him as well. He wasn't alone. Other politicians, such as Senator Herb Kohl, Democrat of Wisconsin, Senator Sam Brownback, Republican of Kansas, Representative Betty McCollum, Democrat of Minnesota, and Senator Hillary Clinton, Democrat of New York, joined him in his call for retailers to enforce the video game rating system. Concerned about younger players having too much access to games intended for adults, they singled out companies that pushed moral boundaries. One of their chief targets was Chicago-based Midway Games, makers of the Mortal Kombat games. Senator Lieberman and the bad publicity had generated by his annual report card didn't seem to bother Sumner Redstone, however. Geez, we are getting so many names. Best known for his hostile takeover of Viacom International, Redstone purchased a 15% stake of Midway Games in 1998. Is this ever going to come back, or is this just random detail he had scribbled in his notes somewhere?
Right. It's like, what was I reporting on that year? Let me go back to my press notes.
Games were a big business that were about to get much bigger, but the industry was also evolving. Fiscal Darwinism had almost all of these companies in its crosshairs. Many had been naturally selected to leave the thinning herd, despite its Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam franchises. Well, they didn't have NBA Jam anymore, because that went to Acclaim. Midway Games would soon face bankruptcy. No, that 2011.
Another decade and or so.
So would Acclaim Entertainment. That was like 2003. So that's kind of close.
A little more. Yeah, a little closer.
A company that once boasted larger revenues than Electronic Arts, Sega.
Like literally once.
Sega would soon become a shadow of its former self. And
I bet it took all of his willpower not to capitalize that word there. The capitalized shadow.
And Squaresoft would need to join forces with an arch rival in order to survive. The first signs of evolution. All right, Charles Darwin. Who wants to be Charles Darwin?
I will. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptive to change. Also, I didn't actually say this.
It says right down here, this quote originated from On the Origin of the Species. It reflects the great scientist's observations, but cannot be traced to his work. I don't know what do you mean? Like, it's in his work, but cannot be traced to his work? Its origins appear to have
from summaries
evolved.
of his work. He said something different that was summarized for the book, supposedly. We don't know if he actually said anything like that fully, so that's what that means. It's correct that it is attributed, but there is doubt there. That is an accurate reporting of the quote. But why would you lead a chapter with a disputed quote?
You just stole the thunder of that pun there.
There's a story that illustrates the convergence of the expiring 1990s era industry and what would replace it. It's a game industry legend, and like most legends, it gets better with every retelling. In 2004, Brian Trussell, the group program manager for Microsoft's MSN Games online site, proposed purchasing a half dozen independent game publishers to his boss, Shane Kim. Trussell had spent a few years working with these tiny companies and was impressed with the games they created. In the popular retelling of the story, Trussell claimed that Microsoft could buy the companies for $250,000 apiece. Kim, who was the corporate vice president and general manager of Microsoft Game Studios, allegedly responded,
Why on earth would I spend $250,000 buying companies that make games I could create in my garage over the weekend?
Here's the punchline. Two of the companies Kim rejected were PopCop Games, later purchased by Electronic Arts for $1.3 billion, and Zynga, which currently has a valuation in excess of $2 billion. There you go. Like most legends, this one fuses facts with demonstrable fiction. To begin with, the meeting between Trussell and Kim took place in 2004. Zynga was founded in 2007. Also, having sold multiple millions copies of Bejeweled, the founders of PopCap would have laughed at a $250,000 offer.
I got this.
All right.
This is why I don't like your story. Because when Bejeweled was becoming successful, I went to Vecchi, John Vecchi, the co-founder of PopCap, and tried to buy the company for $4 million. Not for $250,000, but $4 million.
Ed Freeze, former head of Microsoft Game Studios, who does not talk like that.
No, I've met him. He sounds nothing like that.
Asked about the meeting, Trussell acknowledges that it took place and says,
We would have to spend considerably more than $250,000. And somehow I'm going to quote myself into quoting myself.
Yeah, this is another weird thing that Kent does.
The meeting did take place, but the numbers in that story are whacked. PopCap wasn't only known for Bejeweled, which we named, by the way. They had just come out with Zuma. You remember Zuma? When we suggested buying PopCap.
Zuma! Remember that
When
one?
When we suggested buying PopCap, Shane said, I could reproduce their mainstay game for $250,000. Why on earth would I spend X million dollars buying the rest of the company? Brian Trussell, former manager MS Games, who also does not, MSN Games, who also does not sound like that.
Probably.
I just want to point out, though, that it is very funny that in his second volume, the first substantive thing that Kent does is like report on something and be like, but it isn't true.
Yes, I was going to mention that.
And
Sure, this
if
is
we're
our
taking
obligatory myth-busting.
if we're taking
Wait,
that
listen,
freeze quote literally, it was Kent's story. But I don't,
No,
you know, I don't know.
We have to talk about the ultimate legend of the Zynga purchase, don't you know? We all talk about it in hushes and whispers and fireplaces. Executives tell it to their children as
I've certainly never heard it, but yeah, then again, I don't listen to industry gossip. According to Trussell, Gamehouse was among the companies mentioned in that 2004 discussion. Real Networks purchased Gamehouse for $14.6 million in cash, plus another $21 million in stock later that year.
And both Real Networks and Gamehouse lived happily ever after.
Yeah, because you look at Real Networks at that time, and you know that's a quality product. And why you know what we want video on the size of postage stamps.
The saying goes that Microsoft turns billion-dollar companies into million-dollar companies. The financials are off, and the list of game publishers is inaccurate, but the story has an important moral nonetheless. It illustrates how the video game industry had evolved.
How?
Kim, who clearly understood
Let him cook.
Kim, who clearly understood the lessons learned by companies like Sega, Nintendo, and Electronic Arts, made an informed decision. Trussell, a relative outsider to the retail side of games, spent his working hours studying a new phenomenon, something that seldom crossed Kim's desk in Microsoft Game Studios. Working on games like Halo, Kim focused his attentions on whales instead of minnows. Evolution was taking place, and Brian Trussell had a front row seat.
Yes,
Shane
notable
Kim,
minnow Halo Combat Evolved.
Yeah, Shane Kim, that long-term veteran of the video game industry, an accountant who had never worked in video games until the Xbox.
So effectively in chapter 1, we have the stovetop being cleaned off, and immediately the cleaner gets set on fire.
Yeah, I was about to say we're only 2% through and we're already going crazy.
Welcome to Kent.
The first volume took 50 hours, and I bet only like 7 hours of that was reading the book.
FTB.
We went through some very smart managers, very smart people who knew the games industry very, very well. Because they knew the games industry so well, they didn't get casual games at all. A whole series of execs tolerated casual games. That's Shane Kim and that Stuart Mulder, who I think is fantastic, and even Robbie. Sorry, this is Brian again, speaking from a ethereal voice, universal narrator. That's Robbie Bach, known as Microsoft Chief of Xbox around the game industry, but formerly identified as Microsoft Senior Vice President, and this piece of paper they gave me, Home and Entertainment. They're over there spending tens of millions of dollars on studios. There's tons of press, tons of marketing, and we're over here making these itsy-bitsy games.
Jacob, take the Shane Kim.
Was Shane Kim there earlier? Or...
I don't remember.
Yeah, no. I mean, I thought someone else.
Nobody had done a quote for him.
Okay, yeah.
I don't remember the specifics of that conversation. It's important to remember the context. This was always a challenge for MSN Games. Our focus was completely on the Xbox. Any significant investment of time, resources, management, talent was going towards the Xbox challenge, if you will. A perfect example of that is what happened with Ensemble Studios, creators of Age of Empires, one of the greatest franchises.
Oh, sure.
That franchise not only began to run out of steam, but we decided to focus our resources and energy on the Xbox platform. We had them do Halo Wars, and yet ultimately we decided that we weren't going to be great console game developers, and we decided to shut down their studio. Shane Kim, former general manager of MSN Game Studios.
If I remember correctly, it's a little more complicated than that, but it has to do with the whole Bungie is leaving and all that. But anyway, go on.
I remember I talked to somebody well before I was like really into understanding the game industry who was so pissed about the Ensemble Game Studios closure. He went on this giant rant, and I had no idea what he was talking about. I never played Age of Empires, so I had no idea what.
They're really good games. They are amazing RTSs. Like they are legitimately incredible. And Halo Wars is actually a pretty good game, but it was definitely, you could feel that they had a gun to their heads when they were making it.
And hello, Dale. He has joined us. By 2004, Microsoft, a company known for its operating systems, its ambition to rule the world, had stumbled in and out of computer games several times with products like Microsoft Flight Simulator, first released in 1982, giant thing, and Microsoft Entertainment Fact, the first of which was released in 1990 and included Minesweeper, Tetris, and Golf.
This is Link's Erasure, and I will not stand for it.
Yeah, Microsoft's made other games than this, and also Flight Simulator came from another company first, but whatever, let's keep going.
Yeah. The Redmond-based tech giant had even designed a secondary operating system for the Sega Dreamcast. Microsoft's most widely played games, however, were the solitaire games that had been added to the Windows operating system as a means of helping users become more comfortable with the mouse.
I mean, they adapted one of their operating systems to the Sega Dreamcast. I don't think it was...
And that didn't have any side effects at all about piracy and using a specific CDR with a...
They didn't design a secondary operating system for the Sega Dreamcast. They were like, we'll put CE on it. How's that sound?
Microsoft, a non-committal history in games. This will give you some things to debunk for the upcoming live stream, Alex. Just like...
Indeed. Because
this year, They Create Worlds will be doing the Xbox for its live stream.
That's right, the 3-episode bonanza.
You say 3. In the mid-1990s, Microsoft began its largest foray into games with the launch of the Windows 95 operating system. Win95 included a tool called DirectX, which made Windows a viable gaming platform by enabling it to handle high-performance multimedia.
It's a suite of APIs, but sure, a tool. Like a wrench.
As the company prepared to launch the new operating system, it also announced plans to publish a new entertainment lineup that included the games Deadly Tide, Close Combat, and Hellbender. The launch activities surrounding Win95 included an enormous Halloween party held at the company's newly built Red West campus. Oh, we're gonna get this description of the food again. We're back here. Reporters, game developers, retailers, and other game industry influencers played Windows-based games and toured the $1 million haunted house the company had built into its campus garage. The highlight of the evening was a speech in which Windows game technology evangelist Alex St. John explained how DirectX technology made Windows the preferred operating system for PC games. His presentation included a video of Doom running on Windows, which ended with a digitized version of the company co-founder Bill Gates entering the screen, shotgun in hand, discussing Microsoft's commitment to computer games. I mean, he was green screened in, but yeah.
Right, yeah.
Wait, how did that haunted house work? What was it, just a mic with a strobe light flashing on it?
With the launch of Win95, Windows quickly replaced DOS as the operating system of choice for computer games. Microsoft's first-party games, however, got lost in the avalanche of better games that included Diablo, Blizzard Entertainment, Quake, id Software, and Duke Nukem 3D Realms.
That's the notable Windows game, Duke Nukem 3D.
The Mount Rushmore here. Diablo, Quake, Duke Nukem 3D. Hail to the Duke.
By Christmas 1997, Microsoft PR people began referring to the 1996 lineup as Deadly Hell Year.
Absolutely nothing about Windows 95 and how it was being pushed and done as a way to kind of standardize most worldwide PCs as a way of getting rid of almost every single competing operating system, which was a secondary goal and was most notably really heavily influenced the Japanese market in PCs.
Hey, I'm just going to say, like, this is more computer game coverage than he had in the entirety of the first book, so...
I'm just wondering why in Christmas 1997 they were referring to the 1996 lineup. I'm lost.
Because there was nothing interesting in 1997 either.
Of course, there's no citation here. We just have to take his word for it. With all the attention paid to the launch of Win95, a less heralded venture went almost unnoticed. Earlier that year, Microsoft purchased a relatively modest online game site called The Village, rebranding it as the Internet Gaming Zone, and relaunched it on August 7th. At the time, The Zone was mostly an online parlor for people who wanted to play board games and cards. Rumor had it that Bill Gates sometimes went to The Zone for card games with his fellow billionaire Warren Buffett. I've heard that story.
Yeah.
That's a famous one. In the short term, sleepy little internet suburbs like The Zone seemed entirely insignificant compared to the industry around them, but the world was changing. A relative newcomer to computer games named Sony had gone head-to-head with Sega and was now dominating the console market. Nintendo was preparing its new Nintendo 64, N64, but Sony presented Nintendo's toughest challenge yet. Even the games themselves were changing. Two relatively new genres, first-person shooter, FPS, and real-time strategy, RTS, were all the rage in PC games. More traditional genres, like adventure games and flight simulators, were on a dangerous slide. In 1997, Microsoft released an RTS game titled Age of Empires, which became a runaway bestseller. Windows-based Age of Empires supported both the use of local area networking, LAN, for player-to-player matches, and a matchmaking service offered on The Zone. Later that year, The Zone added matchmaking for a World War II flight simulator called Fighter Ace. 2 years later, as a massively multiplayer online role-playing games came into vogue, The Zone became home to Microsoft's addition to the genre, Acheron's Call.
There's so much wrong here and so much being credited to Microsoft as pioneers that I'm not even going to start. I am simply going to find something and throw it against the nearest wall, and that will be my statement.
He's not worth it. Don't let him win. Reporters wrote about Age
This
of
is going to be a long read-through.
Oh, yes.
But the block quote will keep us going.
Yes. Reporters wrote about Age of Empires, Fighter Ace, and Acheron's Call. Less attention was paid to the growing library of the small casual games offered by The Zone and competing sites such as Yahoo Games and Pogo.com. Topped off by the release of the Nintendo 64 like a cherry atop your Chardonnay, 1996 was a banner year for console games. Critics and gamers universally hailed Super Mario 64 as one of the greatest games ever made. Sony responded with Crash Bandicoot. Already scrambling for survival, Sega responded with Nights into Dreams and Panzer Dragoon 2. The following year saw the releases of Final Fantasy VIII, GoldenEye 007,
Final Fantasy 7.
Final Fantasy VII, GoldenEye 007, and Star Fox 67. So many blockbuster games came out in 1997 that the launch of such a classic games as Castlevania Symphony of the Night went almost unnoticed. That is untrue. I looked through the sources already. You're wrong, Kent. One publication named it Game of the Year. Over the next few years, the content of the games would continue expanding. Several companies tried to reboot classic properties such as Rygar. Who remembers the Rygar remake?
I have it on my shelf. The PS2 game that came out a couple years later.
Yeah, then Ghouls and Ghosts. So he's referring to the PS2 stuff.
Yes.
And Metal Gear Solid. Well, but it's Metal Gear that you're rebooting.
Metal Gear, yeah.
like,
exactly. Kent must be obsessed, because I recall that Rygar is mentioned in Volume 1.
Some reboots were incredible successes. Some disappeared without a trace. Microsoft named...
And also Metal Gear Solid is not a reboot. It's a continuation of the story.
It's a reboot in the sense that they took a lot of the scenarios from the first two games and basically remade them for Solid.
Yeah.
And this is his statement
yes,
on the entirety of 1998, 1999, and 2000 thus far.
Unreal? What's that?
Microsoft named Brian Trussell Group Manager Games Platform. That's a weird way to put that. In 2001. By that time,
they named him Group Manager Games Platform.
That sounds painful. Like, did it turn him into an elevator? Like,
by that time, Sony had already released the PlayStation 2, and Microsoft and Nintendo were days away from launching next-generation systems of their own. In 2003, Trussell was promoted to the Group Manager MSN Games.
Group Manager MSN Games.
At the time, The Zone, which had been renamed MS Gaming Zone and eventually MSN Games, was largely dismissed as a matchmaking service for Age of Empires. As group manager for games platform, Trussell had a better perspective on what MSN Gaming Zone customers bought and played. He watched the growing interest in little games, card games, puzzle games, and board games, while everyone else at Microsoft focused on Halo. Disgusting. Trussell and his team were busy convincing PopCap to switch the name of their new puzzle game from Diamond Mine to Bejeweled.
But before we get to the quote, because I don't want to steal your thunder there, I just want to point, this is a bit of a false narrative, because while casual games like Bejeweled, yes, were very, very popular, all of these game portals like MSN Gaming Zone and Pogo were absolute failures because they were predicated on a subscription model, and they tried to entice people by having, certain versions of the games for free and then get subscribers. People loved Bejeweled, but they did not love their free Bejeweled enough to then subscribe to MSN Games. So, I mean, I don't know why he's like, everyone's ignoring these online platforms. It's like, yeah, because they were failures.
FTB.
Ed Fries was half a generation above me. For me, at the time, he was a guru. He knew the relationships. He knew the business. He knew the economic models. My interactions with him were very short, but I never knew him as a peer. The thing that was interesting about Ed was in the early stages of what I was doing, and he was more of a hardcore gamer. Retail games with $10 million budgets in publishing. Casual games were just starting to be a blip on his radar. It probably got 5% of his attention.
Thanks to The Zone, Microsoft had a head start on Nintendo and Sony when it came to the internet and games. How about that Internet Explorer thing,
So I know where he's going because I can read the whole paragraph. Like, there is no direct line between The Zone and Xbox Live. Thank you very much.
In November 2004, leveraging its MSN Games matchmaking expertise, Alex, Microsoft created a proprietary gaming service called Xbox Live. It says right there.
It says right there. 12 people have highlighted this paragraph, according to my Kindle.
Caught flat-footed.
I will try to give highlight updates as we move along.
Caught flat-footed, Nintendo and Sony would need at least another 2 years before they could offer similar internet services.
Yeah, because of The Zone. Come on.
In 2004, Microsoft expanded the service, renaming it Xbox Live Arcade and adding 5 downloadable titles. Hardwood, so it's launched in 2004, and then this happened. I think that he meant 2005, but But adding 5 downloadable titles: Hardware Solitaire, Bejeweled, Dangerous Minds, Ricochet Lost Worlds, and Super Collapse 2, which sold for $9.99 each. A 6th game, Namco Vintage, was priced at $14.99.
Ooh.
When we did Xbox Live Arcade, people said, "What do you mean you can sell a game for $10? You can't sell a digital download game that you spent $250,000 making for $10. That's 1/5 of Gears of War. Who on earth would want to spend $10 to get a casual game where they could just spend $50 and get Gears of War?" They just did not get the math. We were selling games for $20 a piece on DAZN. These were downloadable, simple, casual games, and we knew, relative to how much enjoyment and how much time you had to put into it against that demographic, that it was enormously profitable. I'm beginning to lose sentence structure. They were unaware of it.
I believe Trussell has asked us to do the math here.
Yes. They were unaware of the demographics of casual gaming, which were completely backwards. Our best customers were 40-year-old secretaries who were more than willing to spend $20 to download Bejeweled. These people were driven by accessibility and rewards and sounds and instant gratification, as compared to hardcore gamers who were driven by polygons per second and graphics and gore. Brian Trussell.
At the time, Go ahead.
I think the simple answer about the zone is that they couldn't outright tell people to get in the zone because they immediately think AutoZone.
Yes.
At the time Trussell approached Kim about buying independent game companies, Microsoft Game Studios would have been preparing for the launch of Halo 2. Microsoft spent $40 million producing Halo 2 and another $80 million marketing it. With figures like that on Kim's mind, MSN Games and its tiny partners wouldn't have been much more than a distraction. The video game industry had evolved in ways that outsiders like Trussell recognized more quickly than insiders like Shane Kim, Nintendo of America chairman.
Shane Kim, joined Xbox in 2001 or something. He's not a veteran
Why do
insider.
you keep doing me dirty like this?
He's just an accountant.
Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln, or Sony Computer Entertainment America chief Kazuo Hirai. Sega, Sony, and Nintendo, the empires that ruled the industry in the 1990s, all had trials headed their way. The world had changed, and the dinosaurs that had lumbered out of its earlier evolutions would either adapt or disappear, like in the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Okay, that was a little Blake Harris level writing to end us. Chapter here.
All right, we are into the first chapter, Chapter 1, Sony, the one and only.
Wait, this is the first chapter? What the hell did we just read then?
That was the prologue. Prelude.
What the fuck?
I am the one and only.
It's the chapter you read before you read.
All right, who's up?
Okay, let's see. It's
Someone who hasn't
Matt.
gone yet.
Yeah, my throat's sore from doing that voice.
If Dale, Kate, either of you want to read, but if not, then or Rage, are you here?
Sony can do no wrong, even when Sony is very wrong.
Matt Casamassina, former editor of in-chief IGN Nintendo team. The emotion engine. The only emotion I got from it was despair. Anonymous.
I agree with both of those.
The second coming of Sony. Ooh, that's TMI. Sony had a record-breaking year in 1998, raking in over $51 billion in sales and operating revenue. Yes, that had everything to do with video games. Profits from television sales had spiked in 1997 and continued climbing, having recently released such notable flops as The Cable Guy and Strip Cheese. The Sony's movie studios turned a corner as well, releasing hits like Men in Black and Air Force One. Nobody saw Air Force One. Picking up...
So the theaters.
Picking up where the Walkman left off, or where Walkman left off, not the Walkman. Sony's Discman hit pay dirt in the United States, and its new mini disc audio format caught on quickly in Japan. Then, of course, there was the PlayStation. Sony shipped 4 million PlayStations in 1995, 9 million in 1996, and 21 million in both 1997 and 1998. Nintendo sold fewer than 35 million Nintendo 64 consoles during the console's 7-year lifespan. The Sega Saturn never reached 10 million. While Nintendo and Sega reported sales figures based on units sold, Sony's figures were based on units shipped, making it harder to compare each company's success.
It wasn't that hard to compare Sony's success to those other two companies. I get what he's saying. It's just... It was pretty clear.
Sony was one of those companies with the magic touch and also tons and tons and tons of money to use to buy market share in the mid to late 90s, but those halcyon days were about to come to an end. While PlayStation carried Sony to new heights, the company's other businesses began snagging. Samsung made a big push into the bustling North American television market, selling competitive sets at considerably lower prices. The 2001 release of Apple's first iPod obliterated the mini disc and Discman markets. I still had like a Discman style thing. I don't think it was Sony, but
Yeah.
people like their CDs. Familiar names like Canon and Nikon took over the high-end digital camera business. No, but Sony still had the camcorder business pretty well sewn up. Most of my cameras throughout my life have been Sony. Nokia overtook Sony Ericsson as the leader in mobile phones until 2007, when Apple released its first iPhone, and everything changed. Wasn't it released in 2006? Aren't we at the 20 year of the iPhone?
I think it was 7.
Oh. With layoffs, plummeting stock prices, and vanishing markets. Wow, I thought we were talking about 20 years ago. 25 years ago. The only bright spot on Sony's horizon was PlayStation. Again, are we not talking about now? But by 1998, the game console was well on its way to replacing Walkman as the most successful consumer electronics line in history. This made engineer Ken Kutaragi, who first arrived at the video game scene, helping Sony create the audio chip used in the 16-bit Super Nintendo / Super Famicom, also known as Super Famicom, Super Nintendo, and SNES, both a demon and a deliverer around.
I would not have known if you hadn't given me all of those. Why is that not a footnote? Why is it in here at all? But if it is in here, why is that not a footnote?
And it's Super Famicom, also known as Super Famicom? What?
Well, you see, the
No,
first...
both Super Nintendo and Super Famicom are both said twice.
What?
But you see, the second time they're in quotes, which means that it's their ironic names. The first time is... Yeah.
Sure, super.
See, and
Yeah.
you see the Super Famicom is ironically known as the Super Nintendo in Japan, and the Super Nintendo is ironically known as the Super Famicom in the West, and so that's why. That's
both a demon and a deliverer around Sony Corporation. Jumpman.
I was with Mr. Kutaragi yesterday, so there I have an alibi.
animal. He's an engineer, but also he has tremendous acumen for management. So he's a different breed.
Shuko Ishikawa, chairman, Bandai Namco Group. Ishikawa started with Namco in 1978. Okay, whatever. That's not important. But
Cool story, bro.
okay, Jumpman.
His first project was, if you remember back to the 70s or the early 80s, if you had a cassette player, it may have had a graphic equalizer built into it, a little ascending red and green and yellow lines that would show signal strength as the music volume increased. Ken was the inventor of that. He had the pattern for the LED bars rising as the music peaked, and the bar was on the top, and the bar that was on the top would stay for a while as sound dropped away, so you could see where the peak got to. That peak level meter LED design was his invention, or co-creation. I think there were a couple of other people involved on the patent as well.
Phil Harrison, former vice president, third-party relations, Sony Computer Entertainment America.
I'm going to call it right now. This is the only time someone is going to say in this whole book that I think there were also other creators.
I do not understand the way that he attempts to introduce people. Like, one, he talked about him in volume 1 already, so it's like, just assuming nobody read the first volume. But then, like, the way he tries to introduce people, he doesn't go back to their beginnings, but he, like, this is a piece of information he learned since the earlier book, so he's just gonna shove it in there when he's introducing the character in this book. And that is so weird. Like, I do not understand the purpose.
To be fair with with Kutaragi though, they do that a lot. They always say like, yeah, he was a rebel, he was an iconoclast, and then they never actually mention why or specific instances. They were just like, yeah, he'll fucking cut you. Sorry, I don't know if we're supposed to swear or not.
No, this is open for that. I mean, in Kent's first book, there was swearing, so that is something you all should be aware of. But Kutaragi was a brash, temperamental, and outspoken man in a society that taught that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Sure, he was brilliant, driven engineer, but he didn't fit into Sony's traditional power structure. PlayStation sales carried Sony through a dry spell, but at the cost of empowering Kutaragi and further infuriating his corporate rivals. Misery loves company. It despises other people's success. Many Sony executives openly despise Kutaragi, describing him as disrespectful, abrasive, and sometimes even more unforgivable than Sony's buttoned-down culture, untraditional. You want to give some examples of, like, why he's told like this? I mean, I have an example that my teacher told me about how Kutaragi acted, but that's, you'd have to talk to him. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's just like, if you're going to give examples of, like, this guy's brilliant because he made the LED readouts on, sound systems, then give me some information on how he, what are the ways that he pissed off people other than he existed.
This one time, Ken Kutaragi said yes, and he actually meant yes.
That is pretty unforgivable. In July 2000, Sony invited 10 top influencers, there's that word again, and opinion leaders to tour its corporate headquarters in Tokyo. Richard Doherty.
5 minutes with Kutaragi, they were all dead.
Richard Doherty, founder and chief analyst of Envisioneering, attended the summit, as did Suzanne Cantra of Popular Science, Rolling Stone writer Steve Morgenstern, and futurist Tim Baharine, I think, of Creative Strategies.
I'm willing to bet that a little journalist by the name of Stephen L. Kent was also there. What do you think?
Possibly. The group met with Sony's top executives and premier designers, including Kutaragi, who seemed flustered when he realized the group included a reporter he'd been trying to avoid.
Oh, we've got some here.
I wonder who that could be.
Kutaragi broke into your office and ate your cereal, huh?
The tour closed with a cocktail party attended by Kunitake Ando, the newly appointed president of Sony Corporation. Seeing the reporter who had so flustered Kutaragi, Ando congratulated him on the accomplishment, presenting him with a business card and offering to help him with future projects. As Ando walked away, analyst Rick Doherty commented, "You better hold on to that card. He just gave you the keys to the kingdom."
Ken was, he wasn't like a table-thumping shouter, but he definitely got passionate about things. I remember one argument with him about something to which this day I can't remember the details. I think we were both drunk at the time. It's probably insignificant. His way of finishing the argument was to say, "Well, if you think that, then you must resign." And you know what? I did. I've been living on the streets for 2 months.
They'll show him.
It was a very kind of emotional way to say, I don't want to have this argument anymore. Also, fuck you.
Phil Harrison.
Phil is leaving out that Ken Kutaragi was pointing out was motioning, non-verbally a lot of that, and he was pointing with his, finger of the two ways out, the door and the window.
The animosity between Kutaragi and his superiors traced back to the early days of the PlayStation project. We're going over this shit again. In the early 1990s, Kutaragi had led the engineering team assigned to co-develop a CD-ROM drive with Nintendo for the Super NES/Super Famicom, believing that...
Super Famicom / Super NES / SNES.
Which we didn't know the Super NES was not part of that list of names. So what the frig is this?
Who knows? Believing that Sony planned to use the unit to open a game division. They already had it.
They already had a game division. It was called Sony ImageSoft.
Nintendo executives quietly abandoned the partnership without telling Sony. No.
That's not true. We talked about this in the other book too, but just for completeness here, like Revolutionaries at Sony tells the story about how Sony was told about it a few days before CES and took the bullet train down south to try to convince them to reconsider before the announcement. So that is nonsense.
Nintendo announced its breakup with Sony and its new partnership with Dutch mega conglomerate Philips NV at the 1993 Consumer Electronics Show, which is wrong, the day after Sony announced it was building the PlayStation, 2 words, drive with Nintendo.
Yeah, it was 1991. What the hell, guys?
The project was originally called PlayStation, 2 words.
Thanks for that, that note there.
Blamed by some executives for having brought shame to the company, Kutaragi approached Sony chairman Norio Oga for permission to convert his PlayStation disc drive into a standalone game console. While the rest of the board argued against it, Oga gave Kutaragi permission to pursue the project. Citing Nintendo's betrayal, Oga shouted, "Do it.
Do it. Do it now. Get to the chopper."
FTB.
There was a meeting with only maybe, I'm trying to think of what I can use for Itsumi. There was a meeting with only maybe 8 people in it. No other executives. It was just Kutaragi's team pitching Oga. Oga was personally interested in the project. And after Oga saw the whole presentation, he just said, "Go for it. Do it. This is a project that Sony needs to be in." He just decided it by himself. No other executives voted, only Oga. Oga said, "Do it." And that became a legendary story.
Okay, so
Matt Leone, the legacy of PlayStation creator Ken Kutaragi, in 24 stories.
So this is
Matt Leone, 24 stories to tell about Ken Kutaragi in the dark. Polygon, November.
Yeah, so Matt Leone is the guy who did like all those oral histories and stuff, and now he has his own site. Design? No, not Design Room.
It is Design Room.
Oh, it is Design Room? Okay, that's what it's called, where he has the oral histories, that sole focus on oral histories. So for this one, he couldn't get Ken Kutaragi, so he got a bunch of people to tell stories about him. This article includes essays written by people associated with Kutaragi. That's not true! It's a bunch of quotes from people who knew him. The essay quoted here is The Pitch for the PlayStation by Shunji Itsumi.
But somehow the Italians got Ken Kutaragi and David Rosen. Explain that one to me. Explain it. I don't understand.
Yeah, I wish I understood. Launching the PlayStation 2. Oh, and to be clear on that, they didn't kidnap them. They got them to sit down for interviews on the
that's
site.
what they want us to think.
I mean, I'm not convinced there was any other way they could have gotten Rosen except by kidnapping him, Ethan. So I'm not convinced you're telling the truth here.
Okay, so just one thing though, we've had the confusing quotes, we've had some problems with time frame and relative times to each other and some bad dates, and now we have a forced baseball metaphor. Are we 100% sure that this is not Blake Harris in a rather convincing
You couldn't even wait for me to get to the metaphor. Come on. Considering
Blake
about
Harris
how not
just
even
Stephen
subpoenas can
Kent
get everyone here.
in a Blake Harris costume.
Considering
in a
the
Crash Bandicoot costume, it's costumes all the way down.
Considering the success of the original PlayStation, Kutaragi could safely say he pitched a shutout. With PlayStation 2, he planned to pitch a no-hitter. If everything went as planned, Nintendo and Sega wouldn't even get a single runner on base.
That's a perfect game, not a no-hitter.
Glad you're here, Alex.
Yes.
On March 1st, 1999, Sony unveiled the PlayStation 2 in a worldwide press conference held in the Tokyo International Forum, a lavish, glass-encased convention center complete with an enormous opera-style meeting house. Are they not going to say that this was Tokyo Game Show?
Ed sure loves buildings.
Yes, he does like describing buildings. Reporters, industry executives.
He was there.
And other invitees flew in from all around the globe to attend the event, which was titled A Glimpse of the Future. The event began with Sony Computer Entertainment president Teruhisa Tokunaka giving a speech in which he announced the company had shipped its 50 millionth PlayStation. Kutaragi, both the man of the hour and the host of the event, then ran several demonstrations of the emotion engine technology that would power the next PlayStation.
Emotions!
The demonstration included videos of dozens of balls, faces, and models, like on the Amiga. By modern standards, the graphics in these demonstrations look primitive, but by 1999 standards, they were groundbreaking. The demonstrations included an image of an old man's face that was considered lifelike at the time. Kutaragi demonstrated his new console's ability to animate dozens of objects and track their movements.
There are dozens of them! Dozens!
Everything looked polished, camouflaged 3 days of turmoil that had taken place behind the scenes.
I arrived in Tokyo 3 days before the event. I walked into Ken's office and said, "Hey, I just arrived. If you want me to look at the slides you're going to be showing, I'll happily correct the technical information," kind of like what we're doing, "and make sure that there's consistency." He looked at me and went, "Slides? Oh, that would be a good idea."
Harrison spent the next 48 hours working with engineers to create slides with tables comparing the new console performance against the original PlayStation. He needed to present highly technical information in a way that journalists and consumers would understand. They didn't care about consumers. They're a Tokyo Toy Show.
By the end of the process, I'm almost
Game show.
hallucinating with jet lag because I've had 1 hour's sleep in 3 days. So I packed my stuff, flipped the table, said "fuck you," and walked out. I then got a job at Sega. If you remember, on the stage was a single narrow platform with a Vio trademark laptop on it. That was my laptop. I had the presentation on a memory stick. I walked onto the stage about half an hour before the audience was let in, and my single task, the only thing I had to do, was copy the latest version of the presentation from the memory stick onto the laptop. Except I did the opposite. I copied the presentation that was on the laptop onto the memory stick.
Uh-oh!
Had one job, Harrison.
I also showed my screen too early so everyone could see what I was looking up that day.
Yeah.
On slide number whatever, there was a typo, and a number was given wrong. It's not the end of the world. I was the only one who knew. I just sat with the audience, and I was tired, and I hoped it went well. It did, but I had a sinking feeling because I knew exactly what I had done. I blame Microsoft Windows for that.
Shoulda ran Linux.
And ironically, the best thing about that presentation, other than the graphics, was Microsoft PowerPoint.
Nobuyuki Idei, the guy that I wish I'd contacted before he died, who would have been appointed CEO earlier that year, gave a speech in which he congratulated himself for having stood by Kutaragi's PlayStation project from the very beginning. In truth, Idei had voted to abandon PlayStation, and he as had every other executive on the board. Had Idei's predecessor, Norio Oga, not used his authority to push the project through, Kutaragi would have to abandon it. There's nothing new or unusual about a top executive revising history and taking credit for projects they actually oppose, or Stephen Kent for in reinforcing them. In fairly standard behavior, particularly in Japanese corporations with a cultural mandate to respect senior officers. Looking back on A Glimpse of the Future, Phil Harrison observed,
Success has many fathers. Failure is an orphan.
attributed to Charles Darwin.
That quote has been highlighted 11 times.
Mm. Breaking with tradition, Kutaragi challenged IDE by stating that Oga had been the only executive who supported the PlayStation in Japanese corporate culture, contradicting a superior in a public forum is tantamount to a declaration of war. Other executives might have been fired on the spot. Kutaragi, however, could not be sacked easily. His PlayStation division had contributed approximately 40% of Sony's profits the year before. This is Jack Tretton, so anybody who wants to take up that personality.
I talked to him on the phone once. Kutaragi was unlike anyone else that you could just take all corporate decorum and throw it out the window. He was a real visionary. I never worked for Steve Jobs. I certainly saw him speak. I never met him, but I think Kutaragi was a kind of Japanese Steve Jobs, and that he had a vision that was very contrary to the corporate vision. And I think there was a time when he was potentially CEO of the corporation. I think he would have really shaken things up, but unfortunately, that personality is not typically the type of personality that gets to run a large corporation.
Jack Tretton, former president and CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment of America.
Can I just ask, like, because you started out doing like New Jersey, and by the end you were like Australian.
That is my sometimes New England, sometimes Australian, sometimes New Jersey accent.
Oh, New England. Maybe that's what I was picking up.
Yeah.
I heard Boston. I heard Boston.
Yeah, that's what it was.
A lot of Boston.
That's my sometimes New England, sometimes Australian accent.
So that's he's taking quotes from publications and stuff on this one, whereas he would never do that in the first volume. So that is an evolution of Kent. After
also,
the
fun fact: that Japanese Steve Jobs is Kanmuri Kyujin. That is the literal translation.
There you go.
After the main presentation, Kutaragi and Teruhisa Tokunaka held a much smaller press conference in which they answered the reporters' questions. Speaking through an interpreter, Sean Layden, who eventually became the chairman of Sony Interactive Entertainment's worldwide studios, they answered questions about technical specifications, launch plans, and upcoming games for over an hour. This was the presentation that would reach the dedicated audience. What reporters and editors from publications such as Famitsu, Japan, Game Informer, United States, and Edge, England, took home from this meeting would largely form the public's first impressions of the next generation PlayStation. A handful of reporters asked about upcoming games. Kutaragi responded with examples from a seemingly endless list of top publishers. When a reporter from Belgium's official PlayStation magazine suggested that the demonstrations might have been rushed, and asked if they would have been more impressive had Sony allowed Kutaragi more time to prepare, Layden fielded the question himself. Sounding surprised, he asked, "You weren't impressed?" For his part, Kutaragi expressed lofty goals. He talked about recent studies suggesting that playing piano might stave off the effects of dementia, and he hoped his next generation PlayStation might do the same. Okay. That's a statement.
Cool story, bro.
PlayStation 2 takes center stage. The Japanese launch of the PlayStation 2 took place on March 4th, 2000.
The end.
Yep, that's it. Game hardware launches had long been big events in Japan, though the launch of the original Famicom went largely unnoticed. Tokyo ground to a halt with the launch of the Super Famicom on November 21st, 1990. Not true at all.
Yeah, I mean, there were only 300,000 of them. There's only so much halt grinding that can happen with 300,000 systems.
Nintendo Mania took Japan by storm. The Yakuza, Japan's organized crime syndicate, reportedly attempted to hijack trucks delivering the game console. So that is a story from a Japanese book that was published around the time that the Super Famicom came out, and has been it was quoted first by Chef in Game Over, and I believe it was in Volume 1 as well, but he doesn't attribute it. That's part of the issue here.
Yes.
The launch of the original PlayStation on December 3rd, 1994 drew crowds, but even larger crowds had turned out 2 weeks earlier for the November 22nd launch of the Sega Saturn. But nothing overshadowed the March 4th, 2000 launch of the PlayStation 2. It made headline news across the globe. Despite hardware shortages and a dismal selection of games, the excitement surrounding the PlayStation 2 launch eclipsed that seen in all previous console launches. Huge lines formed in front of electronic stores, particularly Akihabara, Tokyo's Electric Town retail district. But at that time, it had nothing to do with being electric anymore. Like, that's the transcription, but like, that's not what it was anymore. It's Otaku Haven. Because of high demand, most stores had customers reserve their systems weeks in advance, warning them that few consoles would be available at launch day. On March 3rd, even customers who had reserved systems lined up to make sure they got theirs before inventory ran out. Crowds of people who hadn't pre-ordered turned out as well. Enormous lines formed around the few stores with unassigned PlayStation 2s. 4,000 people lined up in front of an LAOX store. According to the manager, the store had 200 units to sell. Though they normally opened at 11 a.m., at the government's request, all stores selling the PlayStation 2 began handing them out at 7 a.m. to avoid a nationwide traffic jam. I've never heard this part of it, but, you know, it might be true because he was reporting at the time, but, like... A short but organized frenzy ensued. Stores sold every available console in a little over an hour's time, and then life went back to normal. By 9 a.m., Akihabara was mostly empty. The crowds went home to try their new PlayStation 2s, or to mourn not having one. 1 week later, Bill Gates officially announced Microsoft's entrance into the video game industry at the Game Developers Conference in San Jose with The Rock. The rest of the world may have wondered what Microsoft and Nintendo would bring to the market, but in Japan, consumers had already chosen PlayStation 2. Yes, there's no way that anyone could have dislodged them at all. There's no potential whatsoever. The lack of games didn't matter. Spurred on by PlayStation 2's ability to play DVDs, Japan finally embraced movies on discs, knowing that over the next few months, hundreds of games would start trickling out.
Hold on. Japan finally embraced movies on discs. You're telling me Japan, the country where Laserdisc was at its biggest success, finally embraced movies on disc with DVD?
Don't forget mini discs and stuff like that had the video components and whatnot. That was another thing in that time.
That is such a strange statement. That's a good call out.
The biggest games during the Japanese launch were Ridge Racer 5, a console conversion from a hit arcade series, Dynasty Warriors 2, the sequel to a popular title on the PlayStation. I don't think either of those were launch day games, but people always have this weird conception of what launch means, so whatever. Game support continued to lag for the first few months. The first bright spot was Namco's Tekken Tag Tournament, which arrived a few weeks after the console's launch. But most of those early releases were unambitious. By mid-2000, the movie Matrix briefly surfaced as a PlayStation 2 blockbuster. I've heard that one before, and it was mainly a DVD thing because, like, what's so impressive at launch on most consoles that like everybody's going to go get it?
Yep.
Only Nintendo seems to be outside of that. And, Microsoft had that one time with Halo, but, they blundered it.
Nintendo has full control over their stuff, at least. They can be like, oh yeah, let's wait until the Mario game is done. Why not?
Despite the lack of titles, Japanese consumers snatched up every available PS2. Sony couldn't keep up with the demand. While the North American launch scheduled for later that year, the video game industry expected Sony's second wave of dominance to go international. In the meantime, things weren't going well for Nintendo. Having originally announced plans to launch its next-generation console sometime in 2000, Nintendo grudgingly confirmed rumors that the GameCube was still more than a year away from launch. Those bastards! They screwed up my reporting cycle. Never forgive them. Microsoft was still more than a year away from launching Xbox as well, giving Sony a one-year head start on the competition. Being the only next-generation console on the market may sound like an insurmountable advantage, yeah. They're like, the Super Nintendo. Nothing ever challenged it.
The Xbox 360.
But historically speaking, only one company has successfully capitalized on it. A year before Sega started shipping Saturns, Panasonic released the 3DO multiplayer, and Atari released the Jaguar, hoping to jumpstart the next generation of game consoles. Both systems floundered quickly.
Slaughterhouse 5 proceeds more linearly than this book.
Welcome, Ken. The next chapter is Sega, so we will get some Sega things going on here.
That's right.
Having established itself in arcades without successfully launching a game console, Sega released its 16-bit Mega Drive 2 full years before Nintendo answered with the Super Famicom. Yeah, they didn't have any console before then. Not in the US, not in Japan. No console. Japanese players never fully embraced Mega Drive, and in the United States, where it was released as the Genesis, sales hovered at 500,000 consoles in the first year. As Nintendo executive vice president of sales and marketing Peter Main wryly observed, "Dale, get over here! Get over here!" I knew he was going to come up later, but I didn't think he was going to be now. All right, I'll fill his shoes for the moment.
Okay,
No, he's here.
He's here, just in time.
The first full year Genesis was on the market. The first full year Genesis was on the market was the best year we ever had with the NES.
Fantastic, thank you, Dale.
Standing ovation.
In Japan, Sony relied on movie sales and the promise of great games to come. Japan was loyal to Sony. In the United States, where the terms video game and Nintendo were sometimes used interchangeably, no one knew how loyal PlayStation owners might feel towards the Sony brand. The executive team at SCEA wasn't about to leave anything to chance. The American Sony. The executives at Sony Computer Entertainment, the Japanese operation, came across as corporate and technical. The team at Sony Computer Entertainment America, SCEA, was more polished and sported a flashier image. Nearly from the start, SCEA leveraged its roots in the entertainment business. Sony threw the largest and most sought-after parties at the Electronic Entertainment Expo that I attended. Though he didn't perform, Prince attended Sony's party at the 1996 E3. In 1997, Nintendo made a splash.
Hold on. Wouldn't he be Horn Ankh guy around that time?
In 1997, Nintendo made a splash by hiring the B-52s to perform at its E3 party. That buzz was short-lived. Sony's party was an all-out concert with the Foo Fighters on stage.
It is. I'm sorry. I have to be that guy. It is not the Foo Fighters. It is just Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, though, SCEA's executive team was filled with buttoned-down professionals, men whom the Japanese team trusted because they'd all worked directly with Ken Kutaragi, one way or another. After joining SCEA in 1995, Kazuo Kaz Hirai had moved steadily up the corporate ladder, being promoted to Vice President/COO in 1996, then President/COO in 1999, then President/CEO in 2003. Having attended an American school in Japan before spending 3 of his teenage years in Toronto, Hirai spoke English without a noticeable accent. He was tall and dapper, and he cut a suave image in an industry that still catered to geeks. No, not really. Like, nobody at the top of these companies is like geek chic. You know, like we got Phil Spencer doing his pretend thing now, but like he's still
and like
presentable.
the whole thing that because everything went to office.
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. Now it's Satya Nadella, right?
Yeah, I don't know where he's at there. Most executives did not look like Steve Wozniak at that point. Like, what is he going for here?
Hirai had the unenviable task of working directly under Kutaragi. Is it under? Because, like, he wasn't an executive of of Sony Computer Entertainment, right? Like, that's something that gets kind of confused.
I mean, by this time, SCEA was a subsidiary of Sony Computer Entertainment.
Yes, but would Kutaragi have been Hirai's boss?
I
That's
don't
the
think
question.
that. Right, I doubt that Kutaragi was like. Yeah, that seems odd.
Because SCE was directed by executives. You know, it wasn't Kutaragi's like kingdom. Like, before he took over, the company had gone through a number of top executives, beginning with Worlds of Wonder and Atari veteran Steve Race.
Andy House and myself and Kaz Hirai used to joke that you weren't doing well if you weren't fired at least once or twice in your life by Ken, and then rehired the following morning.
Ken, can you take this quote? I think he's still out at the moment. Rage, are you there?
Sorry.
No, there's
Sorry,
Ken.
I'm here.
All right, Shigeo Moriyama.
The most memorable argument was when Kutaragi told me that he couldn't work with me anymore. He told me that I should quit. So I said, okay, I'll quit. Then the next day he came over to apologize, but he didn't say, I'm sorry I went too far. That's not how he apologizes. He said, you should probably come back to work.
Shigeru Moriyama, former chairman, Sony Computer Entertainment. Again, from Leone.
This characterization of Kutaragi is interesting. Basically, like, does he want J.K. Simmons to play him in the movie? That's kind of weird.
PlayStation 1 through PlayStation 3, there was King Kutaragi there, and he was a very vocal manager. I'm so sorry, everybody. The joke was, if you didn't get fired by Ken, then he didn't respect you. If he disagreed, sometimes he'd just scream out, "You're fired!" I think he predated Donald Trump with that.
I don't think that's true. Other executives on the team included Welsh-born, Oxford-educated Andrew House, who had originally moved to Japan to teach English before joining Sony Corporate in 1990. Diminutive in stature, stylish, and unfailingly intelligent, House not only spoke Japanese fluently, but also had a rare skill of being able to read kanji. Having begun his tenure with Sony in international PR, he quickly moved to the PlayStation division, where he learned to work with Kutaragi.
Just to point out, why would the English teacher have a rare skill of being able to read kanji? That's kind of something you have to learn when you work for Chad Tyatt.
Clearly, that was a skill issue that even
Kent.
Well, no wonder Kutaragi was mad all the time if he couldn't read. That's horrible.
House managed SCEA's communications, ensuring that the company maintained a polished image in the press. And he's very diplomatic, very measured in what he says. His background is in PR, so he understands the ramifications of a bad quote. When he started, he was the PR guy for Kutaragi. Rob Dyer, former senior vice president of publisher relations, Sony Computer Entertainment America. Then there was British-born Phil Harrison, SCEA's executive VP of third-party relations, research, and development. Unlike House, with his background in language, Harrison had a lengthy pedigree in games, having published his first title as a 14-year-old. Finally, there was SCEA's vice president of sales, Jack Tretton. Born in Boston, Tretton approached his work with an East Coast swagger. We got the swagger, right, FTB? Let Hirai, House, and Harrison deal with the press, speaking in polished nuances. Tretton called things precisely as he saw them, with a strident, flamboyant flair. You knew exactly where he stood with Jack. Jack was very direct, very honest, very straightforward. He's a very funny guy, and has a wicked sense of humor. Compared with other SCEA executives, Tretton was the wild child. He was the executive who came up with the memorable and often combative quotes. In 2006, Wired Magazine's Chris Kohler. Hey, Chris, how you doing? If you're watching this now, come on, we'll have you read some quotes. Asked Trenton why the PlayStation 3 wasn't backwards compatible. But it was. What?
Yeah, originally.
What?
Yeah. Yes.
What is this question? Trenton replied,
I would like my car to fly and make breakfast for me, but that's an unrealistic expectation.
In 2007, he told a reporter at Electronic Games Monthly.
If you can find a PS3 in North America that's been on store shelves for more than 5 minutes, I'll give you $1,200 for it.
SCEA enjoyed an important advantage over its North American rivals. Its parent company allowed its executive team greater latitude. Sega of America, which was fighting a losing battle to keep its Dreamcast hardware alive, took orders from the company's Haneda headquarters. Are you laughing, Mr. Smith, in the back there?
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, by this time, they probably had more leeway than they did in the earlier days since Kaz Hirai was in charge and he was also Japanese. But, I mean, the entire history of Sony Computer Entertainment America up until, like, 1997 or so was Japan just hating all of them and constantly firing them. So, you know.
Relations between Nintendo of America, NOA, and its Japanese parent company, Nintendo Company Limited, NCL, were even tenser. NCL president and CEO Hiroshi Yamauchi often tormented NOA president Minoru Arakawa, who was both his employee and his son-in-law. Robbie Bach will be back.
He would hold a magnifying glass over him and a sign. He'd pull the wings off of his back. I mean, it was really bad.
He comes over and insults his barbecuing at every single family gathering. It's awful.
Robbie Bach will be a frequent character here, so choose wisely, whoever wants to take the voice.
I mean, I don't want to hog, but if nobody else is going to speak up, it's like, well, I had to deal with Microsoft. Kaz had to deal with Japan. He was less shackled than Howard. Howard Lincoln, chairman of Nintendo of America, was, but he still had to deal with the fact that the product came from Japan. Howard got no leash. He was basically told what to do. Kaz was interesting. Japan was incredibly supportive of Kaz.
It's a good thing they didn't work with him, otherwise saying he's interesting implies a lot.
Well, are we sure we are not talking about Kaz from Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi?
I'm fairly certain that we are not. As leadership in the Sony Corporation became a slowly revolving door, SCEA became a proving ground for the larger corporation. Both Hirai and House would eventually land jobs in Sony's highest offices. They, in turn, showed confidence in the lieutenants with whom they had worked. As the PlayStation 2's American release approached, Hirai announced that the launch would take place on October 26, and that SCEA would sell 1 million consoles. 1 million units was a huge shipment, but with Christmas approaching and consumer enthusiasm peaking, most industry insiders thought that 1 million wouldn't meet demand. Behind the scenes, Harrison, the executive in charge of third-party relations, as you keep saying, worked feverishly to make sure the American launch included the wide variety of games so clearly missing during the Japanese launch. His job was made harder by a dirty little secret that Sony scrambled to hide from the press. Programming games for the PlayStation 2 was incredibly difficult. Around the industry, frustrated programmers started joking that the only emotion the emotion engine gave them was despair. I asked about working with the new console. One American programmer responded, "It's the hardest console to program since the Atari 2600.
I wouldn't call it easy, but 6 months of effort and pretty much everybody was making forward progress,"
said Mark Cherney, a game designer / producer who maintained close working ties with Sony.
And therefore had absolutely no reason to be dishonest about how easy it was to program the system.
Cerny, who worked on both Crash Bandicoot quote-unquote and Spyro the Dragon quote-unquote games for the original PlayStation, helped develop a programming engine for the new console.
The first issue we had was that PlayStation 2, this brand new hardware, was going to need brand new technology, and we all wanted to get an early start on it. Since I could speak Japanese and I'm always willing to travel, I did a sabbatical in Tokyo for 3 months before dev kits were widely distributed, learning about PlayStation 2 and writing a sample engine. The PS2 let us create free and open 3D worlds. Naughty Dog with Crash Bandicoot gave the appearance of this lush 3D world, but of course the camera was on rails, while Insomniac was doing Spyro One Room Over and showing that you could do open world stuff on the PlayStation 1. The goal shifted to a no-load open world that you could freely traverse. That was quite the target, but it was largely achieved with Jak and Daxter.
Develop a programming engine. No, what he did was like figure out how to make an engine on the thing, not reuse what he did for later. So that, again, Ken doesn't understand his own quotes. Like this, he ran across this before.
There's a lot to dig into, but like, I mean, I have to presume that Naughty Dog basically was able to port over a lot of what they had because they were still doing Lisp through with their series.
Yeah, but we're talking about what Cerny did, and he was not being the developer on the ground kind of thing, which is why it's annoying that he claims to be a co-creator of Crash Bandicoot. He was not the guy doing the code. He just was the producer, whatever.
I am already holding back a lot on that story, so let's...
Difficult to program or not, publishers readily gambled on the PlayStation 2's success because of its predecessor. SCEA's polished and aggressive executives gave off an air of a winning team, and their hardware fit the Sony image of success. Game companies, both big and small, labored to have their games ready for the US launch. On September 19th, 1 week before the launch, analyst Rick Doherty called a reporter at MSNBC and said, "I got big news for you. Sony isn't going to launch on time. Either that, or they're going to market with half the units they promised." According to Doherty's sources, Sony had shipped 500,000 consoles instead of the promised 1 million. When approached with the information, SCEA spokesperson Molly Smith told the reporter that she would need to speak with her bosses and that she would get back to them. The next day, Sony announced that it would only have 500,000 consoles available for launch and that it would ship an additional 100 million consoles every week through January 1st. Rage, are you here? There's
additional 100,000.
Additional... What? Did I not say that?
He said 100 million.
Oh. And ship an additional 100,000 consoles every week through January 1st.
Having a little trouble with the whole numbers thing tonight, huh, Ethan?
Every time we do this.
Recurring theme.
Yeah.
It's part of what gives our stream its chat.
I'll read Smith for the moment.
Okay.
We are 1 month behind in production.
Smith told the press.
Sometimes it's not an exact science.
So, an interesting little fact here. There is some overlap in the early chapters of this book with the previous book. And in that one, he also tells this story, and then reveals, I think, in a footnote that, oh, by the way, the reporter was me. But he doesn't do that this time.
Weird. The consoles would have sold out had Sony shipped twice the promised inventory. Riding on the success of the original PlayStation, PS2 entered the North American market preordained for success. Most stores ran out of inventory on pre-orders alone. Adding to the excitement was the list of 29 launch titles. I thought you said that wasn't enough, Kent, in your first volume. You were all down on like it only has this many. EA Sports
He's
had
a man who will never be satisfied.
He will never be satisfied. EA Sports had SSX, NHL 2001, and Madden NFL 2001 ready for on launch day. Namco had both.
2001s.
What?
Oh, I said so many 2001s ready
Yes.
for launch day.
Namco had both Ridge Racer 5 and Tekken Tag Tournament on day one. Konami provided an arcade hit called Silent Scope. There were racing games. Along with Ridge Racer 5, there was Midnight Club and MotoGP. Take-Two Interactive published a billiard simulation that we're not going to name for launch. Agitech, Activision, and THQ had RPGs, something that had been missing from the launch of the original PlayStation. What was the Activision RPG? Someone go look up.
This is Night and Baby Erasure, and I will not stand for it.
I wonder how we're defining RPGs in this sentence.
Yeah, Kent has some weird things that he counts and doesn't. Just as the retailers had in Japan, American researchers sold out on launch day, and the shipments that followed were largely sold out before reaching shelves. Because of the initial shortages, retailers the world over struggled to meet their pre-sale orders. Having launched the PlayStation 2 in Japan just a week before the end of the fiscal year, Sony shipped 1.4 million consoles in 2000. By the following March, Sony would ship over 9 million worldwide without coming close to meeting demand.
Okay, so to answer your question, Activision did launch with an RPG called Orphan, spelled Orphen.
Yeah, Sorcerer Stabber Orphan, based on the anime.
Yes. However, the Agitech RPG is Armored Core 2, which would not... Oh, no, I guess they had Eternal Ring. So they did have an RPG as well.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, so that is... We'll allow it.
What about THQ?
Yeah, Summoner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't hear that.
I didn't say it, but I already knew that one. Yeah.
In the meantime, Sony continued making and shipping PlayStation 2s while preparing one competitor to leave the market and two more to enter. Okay, we're going to take a quick break as I need water, but we will be right back.
No, nobody ever says, why didn't they just give the ring to Eagles? They say, why didn't they just give the ring to Don Henley, Joe Wilson, Vish Gill, and have them carry it to Mordor? That's why.
All right, we are back, everybody. You will have no context for that previous comment. We are continuing on to Chapter 2 of The Ultimate History of Video Games, Volume 2, The Last Days of Sega, A Cautionary Tale.
Before that, Ethan, where do you stand on the Eagles dichotomy?
Completely irresponsible. Howard Lincoln, former chairman, Nintendo of America.
Mario was truly iconic. Sonic was not.
Oh, dropping bombs over here. All right, Ken, you can take Peter Moore.
I said to the translator, tell him to fuck off. There's no way the translator was going to do that. I had to put him in a bad spot. But Nakasan, the creator of Sonic the Hedgehog, had spent enough time in the United States to know what I was saying.
Boy. Moore is definitely a character. So we'll be hearing more from him.
English now.
Oh boy, here we go.
Moore is English.
Let's see. I don't have enough alcohol in this entire region, and I live in Albany to deal with yet another history of service games.
The long and troubled history of service games. Don't tell Michael Katz that Dom Kalinske created a revolutionary business plan, putting the Sega Genesis on the map. Katz.
Oh crap! Too late.
Katz, hired as chief executive officer of Sega of America in 1989 to oversee the Genesis launch, gives Kalinske credit for brilliant execution, not for innovation. Hired 1 year and replaced the next, Katz was given the seemingly insurmountable task of trying to introduce a new console from a failed company into a market that was 93% saturated by a single competitor, Nintendo. All right, what's the note here? Sega launched the game console called the Mark III in 1985. Sega rechristened it to the Master System for the US market. Despite having a slight edge in processing power, the Master System was ill-equipped to compete with the Nintendo Entertainment System and its larger and more recognized library of games. By 1987, Sega closed down the its US retail business. Not really. That's not a proper thing. Master System was discontinued worldwide, except in Brazil. When? Discontinued worldwide when? That's many years later.
Talking about it was sold in Europe throughout the 90s.
Yes.
Except in Brazil, where it was renamed Tectoy. What? And is marketed to this day.
The Sega Tectoy.
The Tectoy is the longest running game system in history. No.
Just like in the United States, your parents would say, "Hey, put away your Nintendo," and Brazil would say, "Hey, put away your Tectoy."
I mean, that might be true. But yeah, that is so wrong. Holy crap. That is...
No.
We've got some good old Kent for us now. We got...
Yeah, classic. He's talking about the classic history, so we get some classic Kent for the classic history.
There we
That's
go.
what's happening here.
Hayao Nakayama, the often overbearing CEO of Sega of Japan, wanted Cats to sell 1 million Genesis consoles in the U.S. market its first year. Cats sold 500,000 during his year-long tenure, and then found himself ousted. Enter Tom Kalinske. The well-worn story is that Sega floundered in its first year, then Kalinske implemented a brilliant and original 5-point plan. He keeps changing numbers! He keeps changing! Every time! Wait! Is it 3? Is it 4? Is it 5? What is it? God damn it, Kalinske! We watched 3 documentaries and he changed the number every time! That rescued the Genesis from the dustbin of history and made it a bestseller. It wouldn't have been the dustbin of history. Come on. Kalinske unquestionably implemented a 5-point plan, presenting that...
There it is, unquestionably. Okay? Clearly it's 5 points. You cannot question that. What you were doing earlier, questioning it? No.
Okay.
Unquestionably.
Oh, okay, I'm already seeing something here. But presenting that plan for approval by Sega headquarters in Japan nearly got him fired. His plan included... Ken, will you read the plan for us?
Dropping the price of the Genesis console from $249 to $199.89.
It was
Replacing the
$199 to
Pac-Man
$149, but...
Yes.
Yeah. Replacing the Pac-Man game Altered Beast with Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's true.
Adopting a head-to-head advertising campaign that directly challenged Nintendo, which Cats had done first.
Yes.
Yes.
Establishing the Technical Institute to create games more suited for the U.S. audiences, which was already in the works before he arrived.
Yes.
Emphasizing sports games to widen the audience, which Cats had also done first.
Yes.
Don't tell
See,
Michael
he should
Katz
have, like,
to Tom Kalinske.
They should have his directives should be his 0.5 plan should be like RoboCop's prime directives, and then like
the secret fourth directive.
Like, take credit for other people's work, you know. Anytime he's interviewed by a reporter, there's that 6th directive activates.
Oh my god, this is such a useless footnote. In a 1995 interview, the former Sega director of marketing, who was not named, but it's Al Nelson, stated that he was trademarked Sonic the Hedgehog's name with the capital T, basically because the was supposed to be Sonic's middle name. What is the point of having this footnote? That is so fucking stupid.
He wants you to know that when he capitalizes the T in Sonic the Hedgehog, he knows what he's doing.
Sure.
Hey, I don't remember doing that.
Thank you, Al. Thank you for that.
Thank you for the cameo. Yeah. So like the 1 through 3 is largely accurate. You know, he was just like saying he's re-emphasizing this. The numbers are wrong here. This is true. This is just completely wrong. He had nothing to do with STI. Not a single thing.
Yeah.
And then the sports game thing, that just was a result of what they were doing. It had nothing to do with, like, that's a plan that we're going to implement.
Yeah, it's so weird.
So, oh my god. Now you're going to be talking to yourself, Alex. When Kalinske presented his ideas to Sega of Japan, several executives called for his head. The story keeps changing! Oh my god, like... they say it's like, oh, they were completely silent, and then only Nakayama said something, and then sometimes he barges out of the room, and then sometimes he's just like, you know, he's just like, I believe in you, Tom. Hayao Nakayama, however, persuaded the rest of the board to allow Kalinske to do the job they had hired him to do.
No, he told them that
you
he was going to do the
this
job.
is like the book Go to Lesher Bach. He's building up to a point where he's going to say that Tom Kalinske and all the other Sega executives are quantum particles. They existed.
Are we sure that we're not back in Kent Volume 1? Are we sure?
That's what I'm saying. This is some classic Kent for us right here. As the other guys got up to leave, Nakayama turned and said, on the other hand, said, Ethan.
Oh, yeah. On the other hand, he was hired to make decisions for the U.S. market, and if that is what he thinks needs to be done, he should go ahead and do it.
Who is speaking in the next part?
That's Matt Katz.
Yeah. Tom's a smart guy and a great executive, but he didn't write the playbook. Electronics companies drop the price of their products after a year on the market. That's what they do with stereos and television. Nintendo did it with the NES.
No, they did not.
Atari did it. Yeah,
No, they did
didn't.
not. Neither of these companies did that.
No, Atari didn't either. Actually, Atari did drop the price by $10 after a year on the market and then raised it back up again. But anyway,
Yes.
Atari did it with the 2600. Tom replaced Altered Beast with Sonic. It was a good thing to do. Sonic didn't exist in 1989, so we packed in Altered Beast, which was a big hit for Sega's arcade business.
What kind of logic is that? Well, we can't put Sonic the Hedgehog with our Sega Genesis. We haven't invented this game yet.
Well, also
Damn
to be
this
fair,
time travel. It's confusing.
Okay.
also
You're not ready for Sonic yet, but your
The
kids
kids will.
are gonna love it.
You're building up to the point
That's
of
as-
reveal that Sonic the Hedgehog was created by Bootstrap Paradox.
Yeah. Look, the other stuff
Another
about
thing that-
head-to-head advertising and sports games, we use the slogan, Genesis does what Nintendo don't. That was the first time a Japanese company took on another Japanese company with a competitive advertising stance.
I doubt that.
No, it is not. No,
Yeah.
no,
No.
not in the personal computer market. That is incredibly wrong.
Yeah. We built our own internal development group before Tom ever got to Sega. We beat out Nintendo. They weren't, no, by signing Joe Montana, quarterback of the 4-time Super Bowl winning team, the San Francisco 49ers, for a football game.
So like he's claimed this before. So
He
like,
has.
yeah, according to Katz, former Nintendo America chairman Howard Lincoln later stated that his biggest regret was letting Sega get Joe Montana before Nintendo. Like what would they have branded him on? What would they would have?
So actually, that footnote is very interesting because I'd forgotten about this footnote because that implies that Nintendo was not going after them, letting Sega get to Joe Montana before Nintendo. That means Sega outbid him, right? I was the one who drove to Electronic Arts to convince Trip Hawkins, founder of Electronic Arts, to sell us his backup game to Madden Football.
Not quite, but
And I had to really fight to get the Japanese to approve the $1.2 million licensing fee we paid Montana.
they were my
Nintendo
razor
had-
blade.
And my razors. Nintendo had more money and an exclusive lock on animated cartoon characters and a lot of arcade games. Genesis does what Nintendo don't was our way of showing that we had more powerful hardware, but it also meant that we had exclusive sports games with figures like Tommy Lasorda, Pat Riley, and Buster Douglas. Placing athletes on the cover was our way of creating product lines with instant brand awareness. We named the game Joe Montana Football. It became the best-selling console football game for the next 3 years.
okay. So should I look up who was Mike Fisher because I can? Who was Mike Fisher in this thing?
I've been actually talking to Mike Fisher, and he
Awesome.
agreed to be interviewed. And I have been like, we've been going like, we set a date, and then something comes up and he can't do it, and then we set another date, something comes up and I can't do it. And that's happened like 3 times. But eventually, I will. He's already agreed to be interviewed, and
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking
get
forward to that. I believe it was FTB who voiced him. Because this is the guy who, like, maybe witnessed the Pico thing. If I yeah, like that was his role in the story. But if FTB is currently out, then I will take it. I'm sure that John Scully put into place some strategies and programs that were successful under Steve Jobs' leadership. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it was Steve Jobs' success.
Okay. I mean, I realize this is an interviewee, so we can't get too hard on him, but like Steve Jobs was in charge of nothing at Apple when John Scully was the CEO of Apple.
Yes. Mike's absolutely right. The Genesis does what Nintendo don't, and working with Michael Jackson and Joe Montana, that was all stuff he put into place. He did not do the Jackson deal, by the way.
No.
But if you look at the campaign behind Sonic, if you look at the competitive ads we put together, like the "Hey Kid," where it showed the Sonic in a Formula One car and Mario in the ice cream truck, those are 2 different commercials. And the Sega Scream and the whole Sega attitude was totally different. This was, to me, Tom's really important insight. Tom's point was, his recognition was that kids are aging out of Nintendo, and there's an important opportunity to position Nintendo as a kid system, and Genesis as the cooler, older kid system. Giving it that edge was all Tom. Ow, the edge. It was going from features and benefits to emotional fulfillment. No disrespect to Michael Katz, but I don't want to take anything away from Tom's accomplishments. Mike Fisher, former Vice President, Entertainment and Marketing, Sega of America. And before that, he was with Sega of Japan. Like, that's...
Yeah, I like how he uses that title there to imply that he was there during the stuff that he's... Like, I mean, I don't mean that Fisher uses the title here. Kent uses the title here, which implies that he was doing the marketing during the Sega Scream and all of that, but of course he wasn't. He was not there for any of that. But
yeah. I also very much dislike, like, you know, I mentioned this when we were doing the thing, but he doesn't date these quotes. Was this after your book came out? Was it after Console Wars came out? When did you talk to these people? That is important to, like, understand. If you're going to be doing a contrast against what you did in Volume 1, is this from the same bucket? And why did you, again, put a myth just to, like, tear it up? Like, no, there's no point in doing that, except that you don't know. Like,
yeah.
Sega has been a major player in the arcade business since the 1960s. They were okay. This is back then. As a console company, Sega saw success for only 3 years, 1993 to 1996, all of which were Kalinske years. Okay. All right.
1995 and 1996 were not such successful years.
Michael Katz may not credit Tom Kalinske for inventing the plays, but he absolutely credits him for their flawless execution. I think you're putting words in his mouth. With the price lowered and Sonic the Hedgehog packed in with the hardware, Sega of America weathered the 1991 launch of the Super Nintendo in the United States. Having already sold 500,000 consoles, Sega ended the next year having placed slightly more 16-bit consoles in U.S. homes than Nintendo. In 1994, Sega pulled ahead in the United States and Europe, while continuing to lag far behind in Japan. Due to its overwhelming popularity in Japan, Super Nintendo / Super Famicom. No, it's the Super Famicom. There is no Super Nintendo in Japan.
/ quote unquote Super Nintendo / quote unquote Super Famicom / quote unquote SNES.
Don't forget / quote SNES for.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Remained the top-selling 16-bit game console worldwide during the Genesis / Mega Drive's best years. Of course, putting it in that order has made him an enemy of Wikipedia.
Oh no. At least half of Wikipedia.
In late 1995, however, Sega lost focus. Despite blockbuster hits like Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong. Okay, so we're going back to the arcade days. All right, this is strange timelines.
This is a very bad transition, is what's happening here.
Nintendo all but abandoned its arcade roots with the launch of the NES.
It did abandon it. Well, A, it wasn't its roots. And B, it did abandon them. I mean, I know in the US they did Play Choice, but
Sega's console business, on the other hand, was largely built around marketing arcade hits for the home. Several issues contributed to Sega's constant state of near collapse. I don't think that's a really accurate way to portray it. But none of
those great arcade hits like Phantasy Star and Sonic the Hedgehog and Panzer Dragoon. All those arcade classics.
There was an arcade version of Sonic the Hedgehog, but it was after the
Sega Sonic the Hedgehog doesn't count.
Yeah. No. They did.
It wasn't released on...
They did.
It didn't come outside of Japan, didn't it?
It was basically what Nintendo did with versus Super Mario Brothers. They took the game and made it harder.
Yeah.
But none of those issues is more fundamental than the company's core belief that it could corner the console market by releasing home versions of arcade hits. When Hideaki Sato's research and development team created Sega's next console, the 32-bit Saturn, it was designed with the short-sighted goal of offering the ultimate home arcade experience.
It was not. It was designed...
very wrong.
Yeah, they deliberately were not emulating the technology of Sega's latest arcade games, and were creating the ultimate sprite machine.
That may have seemed like a good idea in Japan, where the arcade business remained quite strong, but in the United States and Europe, the arcade industry had been on decline for over a decade. That's wrong! It's wrong! It's wrong!
Yes.
What?
That is totally wrong. It peaked in 89, and even though it started to decline after that, it was a blockbuster era where individual games were seeing greater success than they had since the Golden Age.
Alex, your thing about 89 is wrong. You can look at my article. I'm pretty sure 92 was the peak in terms of arcade video games.
Street Fighter?
Not in terms of, not from, now everyone has different estimates, but the Vending Times estimates has the biggest year being 89 and then slight declines after that. Other estimates, like Replay, might have different estimates.
And on one of the more frequently cited issues for its demise was the popularity of home consoles. In all fairness, the Saturn's brief and undistinguished lifespan was riddled with problems. All right, just pissing off all of the people on the internet.
No, yeah, there's again, it's more complicated than that, but it's okay, Kent. You just mark the little the note on the keyboard that we marked with an X and just keep doing what you're doing.
In the 6 years between the launches of Genesis and Saturn, Sega had released 5 other game platforms: Nomad, Game Gear, Pico, Sega CD, an add-on for the Genesis/Mega Drive, and the 32X, also an add-on for the Sega Genesis/Mega Drive. With the technically, so it's Sega CD for the Mega Drive, and it's Mega CD for the Mega Drive, and Sega CD for the Genesis. You should be noting these things, Ken, otherwise I'll be very confused. With the exception of Nomad, which was essentially a portable Genesis. No, it was a portable Master System. Nomad, right.
Genesis.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
The Game Gear was more like the Master System. That's correct. Each of these systems had its own operating system. No, I don't think any of them had an operating system.
The Sega CD, I think, had a primitive operating system.
Okay, fair enough.
Most of them did not.
My Nomad didn't run Doom.
No, mad.
All of them were still on the market when Sega launched the Saturn. As mentioned earlier, the 8-bit Master System was still active in Brazil. It's worth mentioning that Sega also had its arcade business with the other consoles. In fact, app designers like Yu Suzuki, Daytona USA, Virtual Cotton. I don't think he had anything to do with Daytona.
I don't know why they keep including
or Virtual
the
Cop.
Pico. Like the Pico was a competition. The Pico was an entirely different market that had no real overlapping with the Genesis and the Sega CD and the 32X, and actually outlasted all of them. But they keep they keep lumping that in like they were like, I don't know, should I buy a Genesis or should I buy a Pico? No one ever said that ever.
And Hisao Oguchi, Baku Baku, Last Bronx. I'm pretty sure that's not even most of the famous games he worked on.
Those are the games we're going to associate with Hisao Oguchi, sure.
Worked on both arcade and console games simultaneously.
Thanks for the note.
During the lead up to the
Baku Baku.
During the lead up to the 1994 launch of the 32X, Tom Kalinske and his marketing team added to the confusion by offering thinly veiled hints that consumers can make their Genesis consoles compatible with the upcoming Saturn by adding a 32X and a Sega CD and a 32X.
There's no way. I want to see these thinly veiled hints.
Yeah, I've never
no
seen
way
that.
They were doing that.
And that was Kent's, 25-year recollections.
If they did, they'd have had their asses sued by the FTC for false advertising.
And then there were intrinsic problems with the Saturn itself. The console's dual Hitachi processors made it potentially more powerful than the PlayStation. What?
Did they now?
But harnessing that power proved nearly impossible. Dale, are you here?
That depends on who you ask. Like, I've talked to technical directors, like Marty Franz went all about how quadrilaterals were better than polygons, and so I guess it depends on who you ask. Honestly,
I was just going to say, but none of that's the dual processors, though.
but then the same thing is like think it's
Yeah.
David Warhol was like, real time was like, yeah, we just didn't use the other processor at all.
Yep, that's what he told me when I talked to him.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck that, we're not using it.
Yeah.
All right, since this is your brother, Ken, or no, Dale is here, so.
No, I'm not. I'm calling in to say I'm fully mobile. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ken, you can take this then, as your brother, Jeremy Horowitz.
Asked if the Saturn's twin processors were more powerful than the PlayStation single processor, the answer is yes. It's kind of like putting two scholars of Japanese poetry together and asking them whether they would be able to do physics calculations faster than one mathematician. Ultimately, the Saturn had processors that were developed to do 2D games. That's what the system was designed
Not
for.
processors. Processors can do more than that. He's talking about the dual graphics things.
Indeed, the VDPs.
Hey, I'm talking here. Asking two poets to make mathematical calculations more quickly than one mathematician is a losing proposition unless the poets are skilled at math as well.
Okay, thanks,
I
Jeremy
never thought of it
Horowitz,
that way.
video game journalist and industry analyst, VentureBeat. Saturn handled 2D graphics beautifully, but the world had moved on from side-scrolling games. By 1996, the success of first-person shooters had pushed gaming into a new dimension.
For the last time, Doom was not 3D. It was 2.5 3D. Kids. It was 2.5 3D. I'm going to tattoo that on your forehead so that you see that in the mirror every morning when you wake up. It was not 3D.
When Nintendo released its new N64, its appeal was almost entirely based on the popularity of a single 3D game, Super Mario 64.
Oh, sorry.
Within a few
What's that?
Within a few weeks of the U.S. launch, Eidos would release the original Tomb Raider.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, where he's building out a case with hits like Doom, Quake, and Duke Nukem continuing to dominate the PC market.
Which is in 3D.
Exactly.
Ignoring the mass migration towards 3D games was a crucial error.
Yes, Duke Nukem could have saved the Saturn. Yes.
Sega arcade legend Yu Suzuki developed beautiful ports of such recent hits as Virtua Fighter 2 and Daytona USA.
I don't think he did the ports, but
no,
I could be wrong, I guess.
I do not.
Saturn had Quake and Duke Nukem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Sega gave his AM2 team a nearly unlimited budget. I don't think that's
nearly unlimited.
I mean, given what I've seen in Pandemonium's videos, it's mainly that they just didn't have enough people to work on these games. It's like they had 5 people doing these ports for the entire things. The company wasn't as generous with most of its teams. When Sega's AM1 design team released the much anticipated Saturn version of House of the Dead, for example, the graphics were downright primitive compared to the arcade original.
No, House of the Dead was reported simultaneously to a whole bunch of different systems, including computers. That is why, depending on the version of House of the Dead that you play, they have that system on their backs. That's universal for every single version of that game. They have the version of whatever system you're playing on their backs. That's why they have the type rating keyboards for typing of the Dead and stuff like that. And it was a little bit spaced out over that because they were trying to figure out ways to extend the arcade consoles. Wrong.
Thank you for pointing out Typing of the Dead so that I didn't have to.
With its music and animation, Team Andromeda's Panzer Dragoon was downright majestic. But the late draw-in meant buildings appeared as players reached them. Oh no, what a terrible
draw-in? I've never heard it called late draw-in.
Pop-in. But it is technically drawing in because it's, it's gradual.
Yes, in head-to-head comparisons, the PlayStation version of Panzer Dragoon that only exists in my mind always looked better than the Saturn version.
In head-to-head comparisons, the PlayStation version of games almost always look better than the Saturn versions.
Yes, because Tenchu Stealth Assassins had such a wonderful viewpoint.
And the list of problems didn't stop there, everybody. Likely as a reaction to Sony's superior hardware, Sega rushed the North American launch of the Saturn. Having already announced the console would go on sale on September 2nd, 1995, dubbed Sega Saturn Saturday. Isn't it Saturn Day?
I thought it was
Saturday. It was Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sega of
And
America.
it wasn't the superior hardware. It was that Sega was falling into crushing debt, and Sony was Sony.
Thank you. Yes.
They were afraid of the marketing spend.
Yeah.
Sega of America.
Sega, yeah. There were other things that were already killing Sega, and nobody seems to grasp that whole thing of the whole thing of like previous generations just having all sorts of loans with each other, and other companies like Data East eventually going to start falling like flies from that system. Subaraya Productions almost going out of business. But no, hey, the only business that makes any sense is America. Let's look at it from an American perspective.
America.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Real men of genius.
Sega of America quietly shipped 30,000 consoles to Toys R Us, Babbage's, Electronics Boutique, and Software Etc. stores in May. On May 11th, the first...
Babbage's and Software, that's the way that those stores were merging is a little bit whatever.
On May 11th, the first day of the Electronic Entertainment Expo, Tom Kalinske stunned the industry by announcing that Saturn would be $299. No, wait. It would go on sale the next day.
So when Sonic's balloon was popped, was Kent riding it, or like what? Because like
journalists who had been writing about this,
like Slim Pickens in Apocalypse Now.
Yes, exactly.
Journalists who had been writing about the Sega Saturday launch felt they had been lied to. It was Kent.
Okay, Kent. Okay, Kent. I'm sorry. I'm sorry the bad man hurt you.
The buyers at retail chains were left out of the launch were furious. In an effort to make the launch a surprise, Sega had excluded important partners like Target and KB Toys.
Mr. Kent, show us on the Sonic plushie where Sega hurt you.
Unaware that the PlayStation would retail for
$299.
Sega announced its console would sell for
Should we cheer when somebody says that?
We should have I should make that a soundboard thing.
Yeah.
Also, because of the rush to market, the Saturn only had 6 games available at launch. A few additional games dribbled onto the market out over the next 6 months, but nothing exciting. Few consumers considered games like Astal and Street Fighter the movie, the game, we have to be certain here, reason enough to purchase a $400 game console. In the end, Sony would go on to sell more than 100 million PlayStations worldwide. Nintendo sold nearly 33 million N64s, and Sega sold 9.2 million Saturns. He already said this in an earlier chapter. Like, why are we back here?
Yeah,
an earlier
in
book.
America, I think for the Saturn, it's a little bit bigger in Japan.
No, 9.2 is worldwide. They did not reach 10 million.
Yeah, 6 million was Japan, 6 million-ish.
Yeah, that's right.
As early as the Saturn's launch, rumors circulated about companies like Disney trying to hire Kalinske away from Sega. He denied them, adding,
I can't even have lunch with old friends without people talking.
But behind the scenes, he had become demoralized by his constant squabbles with Sega of Japan's CEO, Hayao Nakayama. In 1996, Kalinske was fired! Fired!
But behind the scenes, he was told he had 1 year to restructure Sega of America, or he would be dismissed. And he barely restructured it.
Yeah, he was demoralized. Why do they have to read the audits? Do they have to read our financial statements? It's demoralizing.
He has denied the firing charge, by the way. He has since, after the things came out.
Yeah, I know.
Well, being fired is very demoralizing.
It could have been one of those, we didn't fire you, we asked for your resignation type thing.
Right. Why don't we just call it playing leapfrog and we can continue on?
It's even possible, like, giving everyone the benefit of the doubt in all seriousness, it's even possible Iramajiri came and was like, Tom, this is very disappointing. I think we may have to make a change. And Tom was like, oh, I'm out of here. Like, it might have been a you can't fire me, I quit situation, too.
That's what I think is the reality of the situation. Yeah. But it's much funnier to imagine it as being this yelling or nobody's telling the truth. You can't fire me, I quit. Somehow Ken Kutaragi's in there to also yell at him. You know, every other person mentioned here, every other executive, you know. And...
Yeah, I think he needs to be asked directly, like, what did Irimajiri say to you, and what that sort of
It's
stuff.
like a reverse ending of Evangelion with everyone clapping around.
You're a failure.
Because it is also true with the way that the Japanese dance around sensitive issues. Kalinsky may not have even realized he was being fired. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Well, and also there's that thing about how he said that he was being undermined and they weren't listening to anything he says. And there's this tactic in Japanese businesses where they basically strip you little by little of your responsibilities until you feel useless.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have an American term for it. It's called rubber gun squad. It comes from police departments, but that is essentially what happened to him. He was the Japanese way of firing, which is to keep applying pressure and pressure and pressure to you while keeping you in the organization so that you may find another job, but you are being fired. Make no mistake about it.
Exactly. So I mean, there are many avenues where they could both be telling the truth, just due to cultural differences.
Well, Ken, this one's for you on the future. Find out what he believes happened at the very least. So did Nakayama. No, I mean Nakayama. Yes, I guess technical resignation, but he was very much forced out because he was doing a bad job.
Well, and this is the same mistake that he made in Volume 1-2 that we discussed there. He's under the impression, Kent is under the impression that Nakayama left Sega in 1996. He did not.
Right.
He resigned as co-chairman of Sega of America in 1996. He did not step down as CEO of Sega until 1998.
Sega of Japan, again using that word, installed a new worldwide CEO, a former Honda Motor Corporation executive named Shoichiro Irimajiri.
The Prince of Honda.
Yes. In the aftermath of Saturn, Sega published PC ports of arcade and Genesis hits. There's a lot of things going on.
Already
HeatNet was like going
towards that.
Yeah.
Sega Soft was already a thing.
We have the guy who from whom I learned this information in the chat.
So was there a gas leak while he was writing this chapter? Because the next sentence is even weirder.
Just this chapter?
At the time, there was a division between computer and console markets. PC came with mice and keyboards, making them better suited for first-person shooters and real-time strategy. Didn't you make the parentheses in earlier chapters so that we could put in
so that we could exactly
such as Westwood Studios' Command and Conquer games.
Well, you heard it here first. Command and Conquer would have saved the Saturn somehow.
While console-style gamepads had been available to PC owners for years, they hadn't caught on. I mean,
because they were terrible.
They were awful. Gravis gamepad. Remember that thing? I do.
Sega's early attempts at entering the market were met with little enthusiasm. He always presented an enthusiastic and optimistic front, but Irimajiri inherited a sinking ship.
Keep going, sorry.
The Saturn debacle left Sega deep in debt. No, there were many other things that got them deep in debt.
The Genesis debacle left them deep in debt.
All the companies that they owed money to also left them deep in debt.
Other companies might have gone out of business, but Sega had an ardent benefactor. Isao Okawa, the wealthiest man in Japan, and
not the wealthiest
Sega's
man in Japan at that time.
chairman. No, I don't think he's anywhere near that.
No. You want FCI executives, and there's a couple other people that are way ahead of him. He is not by any means poor. He's up there, but he is not the wealthiest man in Japan at that point in time.
Having taken a personal interest in the company's survival, well, it's complicated. Okawa used private funds to keep Sega limping ahead.
He gave them back stock.
And that's much later than right after the Saturn. With every penny Sega spent dragging the company deeper in debt, outsiders wondered when Okawa would finally say no. He never did.
Yeah, on account of terminal existence failure.
Along with Okawa's generosity, Sega had two other valuable assets, an enthusiastic following and a huge stable of creative talent. Also,
don't forget his singing. That's
of course, yes.
The mandatory events where he sang old Japanese folk songs. Those are real. I have a CD. It's on my uploads. Look it up.
Despite all its hardware failures, gamers remained excited about the Sega brand. With the company's name and fortunes on the line, Iri Majiri decided to roll the dice once again on a new game console. He firmly believed that the key to jump-starting Sega's fortunes was re-entering the hardware business. They hadn't left.
Okay. No, and there were lots of people, even though he had stepped down, even Nakayama was involved in the planning for the Dreamcast, as Sato talked about in his oral history.
Yeah, the Dreamcast was already being advertised because the Saturn, of course, having a longer lifespan in Japan. They had gone on in a lot of their magazines promoting the Dreamcast for almost a year before the date. Like, it was very, very, very heavily pushed. So it's not about the American market in this case. It was a worldwide thing, but also like domestic market. They thought that they could make something because they were seeding it through practically every outlet in terms of publication that they could.
Considering Sega's financial situation, launching a new game console is completely irresponsible. And this is UFTB, as Mike Fisher returning from Console Wars.
When I left Sega, I told Irimajiri that Sega needs to get out of the hardware business. There's no way they were going to be able to compete with these larger companies like Sony because the capital requirements were too much.
As his engineers prepared their next platform, Irimajiri reorganized his game designers into 9 independently run studios.
Nope, that happened after Irimajiri.
Correct.
And it was a disaster.
Yes.
Each studio was led by an established star, most of whom came with arcade pedigrees.
That was an established principle of how they handle things like the AM markets, but whatever. Okay, you do what you do, Ken.
Sometime during this period, Microsoft opened negotiations to discuss purchasing Sega. They wanted to purchase everybody because they're Microsoft. On the surface, the two were a natural fit. Okay. The first company in history with a market valuation exceeding $500 billion, the Redmond-based software giant had more than enough money to swallow Sega, settle its debts, and market its hardware. Like, how does that make it a perfect fit? It just means they have a lot of money. Like,
because companies become $500 billion corporations by continually buying companies in massive debts that they then have to settle.
I mean, Microsoft has made a career of it, so...
You just know that the headlines after that purchase, if it went through, would just be Micro Sega.
Yeah. Kick the tires on everybody. They asked Nintendo if they could buy them, and Nintendo just kind of laughed at them.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, they were undergoing a lot of antitrust legislation as well, or they just come off of that. So they
off of it.
They were eternally going for massive acquisitions, and they were eternally looking for ways to provide a flatlining hardware standard to sort of get everybody else out of the market, whatever they were trying to do. This goes back all the way back to the MSX. It is standard Microsoft operating practice. It has been for many decades, and I get shocked every time people turn around and say like, "Oh yeah, it's new. Now they're imperialistic." Like, when were they not? Have you not been paying attention?
Yep.
So, Microsoft's management had been eyeing the video game business for years. Purchasing Sega would allow them to break into the industry complete with hardware and a stable of game designers. They
had not been eyeing the video game business for years.
Yeah,
Seamus Blakely and company practically had to beg Gates and Ballmer to enter the business.
Yeah, the timeline on this is confusing.
And DirectX, there's a reason the book about the creation of DirectX is called Renegades of the Empire.
Yes.
And when Hideki Sato met with Bill Gates about the Game Gear, Bill Gates was like looking for other ways to apply the technology. He wasn't looking specifically to make a portable game console.
It was only when the PS2 came out that they were, or was announced rather, that they were like, "Oh shit."
The two companies already shared one connection. Sega planned to incorporate a stripped-down version of Microsoft's Windows CE operating system into its upcoming game console. People put so much behind this,
Windows CE into everything.
Right.
Palm Pilots, they would put that in your goddamn sneakers if they could.
That was the whole point of Windows CE.
Yeah.
There were certainly meetings, but what transpired in those meetings is hotly debated. According to the most prevalent story, Bill Gates made an offer, but when Sega executives...
No sources.
But when Sega
No
executives responded with a counteroffer, he decided to pass. Peter Moore, the acting COO of Sega of America at the time, challenges that story.
I was a human fly. I put suction cups on my hand, and I was outside the building at that time. I was making coo noises like a pigeon. They never suspected a thing.
Space duck.
That would have been news to me. I don't recall a serious offer being made. If there were, I certainly would have known about it once I joined. As a publicly traded company, at some point Microsoft would have had to come clean on that. I think there was probably a lot of conversation during the rapid demise of the Dreamcast. Microsoft probably looked for a way they could acquire Sega and its studios and its intellectual property for their existing Xbox and what we now know as the Xbox 360 to get some exclusive content and some Japanese content on the Xbox 360.
Quote continues.
360 during the Dreamcast era? That's a little...
With the complexity of managing a Japanese publisher, and even more important, the complexity of managing 9 development studios with all of those characters at the helm, I think probably that the conversation didn't last too long.
Also, the very idea of a American company buying into Japan like that, like there would have been so many problems with doing that.
Yeah, there's no way.
Dreamcast, destined to become Sega's final game platform. Oh, everybody get out your fucking tissues. We're gonna get into how the end of the Dreamcast means the end of video games or whatever.
Look what they did to my boy.
At least unless you played Hyperdimension Neptunia.
Was a masterwork of engineering at a time when the exchange at a time when the exchange rate was approximately 110 yen to the dollar. Like, he doesn't even explain what this is. We got explanations for things that most people I think could pick up, but like not everybody knows what the yen symbol is. Dreamcast launched at 10,000 to 29,000 yen, less than PlayStation's launch price. Why is there a range? What? Why? What? But
it had launched at 10,000
yen, 29,000
okay,
yen
less than PlayStation launch. Okay, it's weird. Yeah, the M dash has confused me. It's
a weird place to use an M dash. I don't think it should have been an M dash. Yeah.
Dreamcast Hitachi SH4 processor was vastly more powerful than the processors in the PlayStation or N64.
Yeah, it launched years later. Of course it is.
It came in with a built-in 56K modem and played games on a proprietary 1 gigabyte GD-ROM discs.
Ooh, 1 gigabyte and 56K. You left out an important word there. Dial-up
modem.
Yes,
all right.
Yeah.
A few top flight publishers, most notably Electronic Arts and Squaresoft, opted to wait for the next PlayStation instead of supporting the Dreamcast. Well, I mean, there's a story about Electronic Arts in that context, but
they're willing to wait for it.
Other companies gave it a tentative try. Namco released a Dreamcast version of the popular arcade fighting game Soul Calibur. Capcom published games like Power Stone, great game, Marvel vs. Capcom, Clash of Superheroes, and Resident Evil Code Veronica on the Dreamcast. Resident Evil M- Code Veronica? Okay, whatever.
That's okay. After you run out of bullets and do the plane fight, you're never the same again. So don't worry about that.
If there's ever a colon in a weird place, they'll just do that just for kicks.
Despite support from Konami, Capcom, and Namco, many Sega executives privately expressed concern that Squaresoft's indifference would ultimately shut the Dreamcast out of the Japanese market. Why do people think that Squaresoft is the singular, key to success? Why is this grown up as, a myth? I do not understand.
The next sentence is even better.
Look, you have to understand the entire Japanese and American games industry from 1995 for 1999 were powered by one sacred object, and that sacred object was Hironobu Sakaguchi's mustache.
Ah, yes.
Okay.
It is a wonderful object. Irimajiri tried to counterbalance losing Squaresoft by giving his internal developers free reign to create nearly anything they wanted.
Yeah, all of those Square games that appeared on the Sega Saturn and the Sega Genesis.
I am just waiting right now for the quote to be Final Fantasy continued on, but Dreamcast would be final, or something to that effect.
Yes, the loss of Squaresoft would turn out to be the Chris Staff at Sega's and the people that made the Dreamcast final fantasy.
After all of those sales they realized from Final Fantasy games on the Mega Drive and the Saturn, this was a real blow to lose them on the Dreamcast.
He allowed Yu Suzuki to spend $70 million creating Shenmue. That's a different figure than what you gave before, making it more expensive than any previous game.
To be fair, it is Yu Suzuki's Shenmue. He does say a lot of different numbers, ranging from 100 million to 70 million to 11 to 50 billion gigabucks or whatever he says on the next time you drag him down.
And it started life as a Saturn game. Right. It wasn't made for the Dreamcast.
No. The difference in that is whether it includes the however many millions were just left burning in his bedroom pyre.
I'm a man of simple pleasures.
He greenlighted Tetsuya
gasoline.
He greenlighted Tetsuya Miyaguchi's wacky and oddly hypnotic Space Channel 5, a game in which a pink-haired news reporter named Ulala saves a space station from alien invaders with the help of Michael Jackson. Sega also published Seaman, a Tamagotchi-like game in which players communicated with a sarcastic talking fish by speaking into a microphone and being spoken to by Leonard Nimoy. And so, on November 27th, 1998, Sega launched Dreamcast in Japan, and probably ran into a series of disasters. Irimajiri hoped to ship 400,000 to 500,000 consoles for the launch, due to problems at NEC, who were bringing up for the first time. The company manufacturing the graphics chip, only an anemic 150,000 consoles were available at launch. The console sold steadily, but the Sega name didn't have the same cachet in Japan as it did in the United States and Europe, where the Genesis/Mega Drive had briefly outsold Super Nintendo. In Japan, Mega Drive came in third behind both Super Famicom and PC Engine. NEC marketed the PC Engine as the TurboGrafx in America. So it's not the PC Engine / TurboGrafx. All right.
And it's the TurboGrafx
16, right.
Thanks anyway.
He needs to rewrite that sentence on a blackboard 100 times and then go home and think about what he did.
The Dreamcast star rose and faded quickly. 2 months after launch, Sony unveiled its next PlayStation. Dazzled by the flash of Sony's new machine, publishers and consumers seemed to forget about Sega. Ken.
Mr. Moore.
Oh, sorry. They fudded up, short for fear, uncertainty, and doubt, us.
Okay, so when was this quote made?
Yeah, that is an eternal question with
well, specifically with the introduction of FUD, which nowadays has a very particular connotation.
I don't even know what that is.
In the crypto space, that's one of their favorite.
Gotcha. Interesting.
I would not be surprised if Peter Moore was a crypto bro.
You've heard it. You've heard it there first. Peter Moore is Satoshi.
On March 4th, 2000, Sony launched PlayStation 2 in Japan with very few games and not enough hardware. But games and hardware inventory no longer seemed to matter. PlayStation 2 was backwards compatible, opening the console to a huge library. Not that anybody cared about that.
Yeah, thanks for that note. Yeah.
Backed by a growing library that includes such impressive titles as Virtua Fighter 3, Power Stone, and Resident Evil Code Veronica again, Dreamcast sat ignored on store shelves.
I mean, respect that you like Code Veronica, Kent, but it wasn't that big of a thing. It was it was a kind of a side project thing that kind of got away from Capcom because there were many different iterations of other Resident Evil games that were failing. But whatever, you do you. I'm glad you like your game.
Jumpman, take this one.
In Japan, PlayStation 2 was the first console that is selling only for hardware. In the past, the console was only a box without software, but people are buying the PlayStation 2 without any software. It's the image of this PlayStation that is interesting.
Yeah, not like there's a media thing in there that might play a certain type of media.
Also, wasn't Irimajiri gone before the PlayStation 2 launch?
Yeah, former CEO.
So he's got it. Yep, he's got you covered.
Okay, then what is this quote from? Like, that's the question, because
it's got to be contemporary.
Yeah.
You have to understand that he has a very big basement, and all of these people are tied up right now, and they will say anything to be let out.
Sega executives knew they had a tiger by the tail. They either had to make Dreamcast succeed or shut down their hardware business. When the PS2 launch effectively closed the door on the Japanese market.
That is not what the metaphor of a tiger by the tail is, I don't think. But
Sega focused its attention on North America. If he could sell 5 million Dreamcast consoles in the United States, Irimajiri believed, he will have would have a sufficient installed base to make a profit.
Irimajiri himself. I'm now picturing him going door to door like the "We Would Like to Play" people in the commercial, and be like, "Would you like Dreamcast?"
This is, they just retaining the Segata Sanshiro campaign, and they have the actor come in, and he's like, "Play Dreamcast because we really owe a lot of people a lot of money."
With everything riding on U.S. sales, Sega America prepared for the 9999, September 9th, 1999, when Dreamcast would launch with a $199 price tag. Like Sony's U.S. operation, Sega of America had begun something of a revolving door at the top. Hired as chief operating officer instead of CEO, Bernie Stolar replaced Tom Kalinske in 1996. In August 1999, with the Dreamcast launch only about a month away, Sega of Japan forced Stolar out and replaced him with Peter Moore, a former Reebok exec hired by Stolar to run marketing.
There was a president. Irimajiri replaced Kalinske. And Stolar was COO, and then when Irimajiri was kicked upstairs 2 years later, then Stolar became president.
As chairman of both Sega of Japan, which is not a thing, and Sega of America, Irimajiri had final say over both companies, but Moore ran the American operation. Moore and Stolar shared a lot of similarities. Like Stolar, Moore was a brawler who challenged rival companies head-on, but Moore, with his British accent, presented a more polished persona than Stolar. Born and raised in Liverpool, however, he came from a tough middle-class seaport best known for the Beatles. And shouldn't that be a capital as well?
Generalized writing question: Why is Kent talking about each individual executive as to whether or not he can take him in a fight?
It's not a middle-class seaport city. It's a working-class seaport city.
Yeah, I wonder if... I know fighting games have a lot of lore, but this feels like backstory to the world's most strange Mugen conversion that is...
Well, no, this was going to be Sega Gaga 2.
For the Beatles, football, and boxing. Is boxing a big thing in Liverpool? I don't know. I guess. Moore was perfectly at ease running a boardroom, but he was more at home drinking beer and cheering on his beloved Liverpool football team. Jacob.
Oh, bother. E3s are always incredibly hard. I already forgot what was going on, so I went to my poo voice. And incredibly gratifying if you can get through them unscathed. A little known fact. Once he comes off the stage, having completed whatever part of his business.
It's hard, isn't it?
It's more insistent that somebody hand him a nice pot of honey.
It more insisted that someone hand him a Corona beer, no matter the time of day he wanted a Corona.
Pete Peterson, former executive vice president, Edelman. My dad would have liked him, but though he was all about Corona Light. Now running the show, Moore worked the press like a modern-day P.T. Barnum, promoting his greatest show on earth. His combination of offhand wit and enthusiasm were infectious. Affable and intelligent, Moore quickly became a favorite of the enthusiast press. He put on a good show, but despite its better odds of succeeding in the United States, Dreamcast was still a long shot. Stoller, a veteran of Atari, and who had once opened his own arcade game company, that's not quite what happened, had mapped out a brilliant launch. Moore executed the launch perfectly and charmed the press, but they were pushing the Sega name into the Sony world. So you're not going to explain, like, why Stoller was kicked? All right, whatever. And also that he was at Sony as well. One of Stoller's best moves was acquiring Visual Concepts and converting it into Sega's dedicated internal sports studio. Thanks to Visual Concepts' acquisition, Dreamcast rolled into stores with NFL 2K, the best new NFL football game since Electronic Arts first introduced Madden.
First introduced? That's the very first Madden? Are you okay?
Also, that was not NFL. Because they did not have the NFL license. They just had Madden. Using Dreamcast built-in modem, players could challenge each other to a game of online football. Ken, did you play these online games on the Saturn?
On the Dreamcast?
Dreamcast. Yeah.
I got my Dreamcast at launch. I had one of those big, like, plastic bottles that were banks. That it was a big, like, Mountain Dew bottle. It was like 2 feet tall, and the top was like the bottle cap. Then you put coins in there. Spent 3 years saving up all my change from tips at work, and I bought the Dreamcast at launch with Sonic Adventure and Blue Stinger. I think a Rumble Pack, VMU, and a second controller, and that was on launch day. And then I got internet on October 30th. And the very first game I played online was Choo Choo Rocket.
Nice. How was the experience?
Quiet, because there was no voice or anything, but I didn't know, I didn't really know how to play the game yet, but it was pretty fluid. And then the game that I played Alien Front online a whole bunch. I put over 200 hours into Fantasy Star Online, and that was a smooth, for the most part, a smooth, solid
nobody
connection.
ever talked about that one. That was a very, very, very...
No, PSO comes up all the time. But...
Yeah, the networking code, that was amazing. That was very good. The sports games, I think I played a little bit of NFL 2K2. I played a couple of games, and I got my ass kicked. But it was... for the most part, my experience playing the Dreamcast online, in terms of the quality of the connection, it was very good, very stable. The problem is that the Dreamcast had all kinds of other problems, like piracy, right? But also like hacking. There was like no control. I remember I tried to play Sega Rally 2, and people had like their cars were flying all over the place.
Yes.
And it's just that was a problem. Yeah. The quality of the connection was really good.
All right. Dreamcast US debut began with a bang. Between September 9th and the end of that month, Sega managed to sell 1 million consoles. When E3 rolled around the following May, Moore promoted the heads of Sega's 9 internal studios as if they were professional athletes. In an after-hours press event, Moore handed out baseball cards with the name and photo of each studio head, then invited reporters to meet with them and collect their autographs. Are you going to, explain, who all these people are and, what the divisions were and what they were doing? Or no? Of the 9 studio heads, only Kenji Sasaki was not in attendance at E3. Okay, thanks.
Okay. You got one. You got one.
Okay.
I mean, he said the 2 names earlier, but it's like you're so hyping up these 9 heads. Explain what they did and exactly what they're doing if it's supposed to be that important.
All we need to know is that they were given rings by Sauron and they became the Nazgul.
Dang ring rates. But the business softened around Sega the next year. In the United States, the video game sales dropped by 20%. Not the crash that almost was, but Bad times. Overall revenues fell from a record $6.9 billion in 1999 to $6.5 billion in 2000. Oh no.
Yeah, it's not like there was economic factors that might have been contributing to that, but whatever.
And what does this say? Okay, NPD he's citing. The Japanese market also slumped, dropping from 8.8 billion to 8.1 billion. And that's from CESA. If he's got all the CESA white papers, we need to steal them from him. Because we need those. Some of that drop
in Michigan. They're in Michigan.
All right, they are, yeah.
We must find them. University of Michigan. I think it's University of Michigan, but there's a Michigan school that has them randomly.
Some of that drop in sales was to be expected as the PlayStation/N64 generation came to a halt. This was the time when consumers typically stopped buying games and waited for the next big thing to hit the market. Despite their initial enthusiasm, American gamers had lost interest in the Dreamcast the same way Japanese gamers had. Come on, Ken. Why couldn't you make up for the enthusiasm? It's all your fault.
I tried.
With PlayStation 2 on the horizon, Dreamcast no longer seemed to matter. Sega threw lavish E3 parties and offered 3 Dreamcast consoles to consumers who signed up for its new Sega Net internet service, which has a lot of other things kind of tied into it, but, you know. Peter Moore traveled the country, daring journalists to compare the superior Dreamcast version of Namco's Soul Calibur to its nearly identical PlayStation 2 port, but the excitement was gone. Why do you think this matters so much? In terms of, because you're press, that's why.
No, he's kind of right there. The Dreamcast version of Soul Calibur is much better than the PlayStation 2.
No, all I'm saying is, like, him going to the press and doing these things, you think that's gonna sway people? Like, that's...
Right, who cares?
This is our fault as a society for not understanding the gospel of Skies of Arcadia at the time.
I played like half of that. Rage, are you here? This is a recurring character here, so we need someone to take the role.
Hold on. Who is it? Oh, the guy Corral? Corral, the Newsweek guy? Oh, yeah, I'll take him. By the time you got to Holiday 2001 and... sorry. By the time you got to Holiday 2001 in North America, you had Grand Theft Auto 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, Devil May Cry, and Final Fantasy X. PlayStation 2 at that point was really well on its way to success. It created a situation where the missteps that Sega had made, especially in Japan, caught up with them. Former Newsweek consumer technology reporter.
On January 24th, 2001, Sega of America Vice President of Marketing and Corporate Communications Charles Belfield announced his company planned to pull the plug on Dreamcast. Sega was about to enter a new, hardwareless phase of its existence, becoming platform agnostic. Why are you focusing on that? There's like a whole thing, like there's footage of when they announced it in Japan and like everybody's bowing and stuff. It's like that's the drama part, not just like some Sega of America guy being like, yeah, what they said. Behind the velvet curtain, Sega was in a state of collapse. On March 16th, 2001, Sega's chairman and benefactor, Isao Okawa, lost his ongoing battle with cancer. There's your entire CSK part of this. As a final effort to save the video game giant he had prized for so long, Okawa returned his Sega stock as a $695 million gift to the company.
I just keep feeling that there was a little footnote on there and a tiny little star that was like, you have to take one executive and lock him in a tiny room. He must listen to my songs in perpetuity.
Meanwhile, relations between Sega of America and Sega of Japan became tense as Peter Moore struggled to find ways to keep the new hardwareless Sega relevant. He authorized research to see where his company stood in the minds of consumers. The results weren't promising.
Who is
Ken.
Peter Moore? Or who?
Yeah, it's Peter Moore.
Oh,
Ken?
we had gone into San Francisco to run focus groups because I was desperate to explain to Sega headquarters that our brand was deteriorating in the eyes of the next generation of gamers. We were seen as aging. We were seen as yesterday's news. We were seen as not really getting it anymore. We needed to change rapidly or be left behind. The question we asked was simple. If a video game publisher was a family member, who would it be? EA was a high school quarterback, a jock, arrogant, always got the girl, 6'5", blonde, and could do no wrong, but not everybody liked him. Take two was the drunken uncle who would show up from Vegas every month with a hooker on his arm. And then we got to Sega, and Sega was your grandfather with Alzheimer's. He used to be cool, but he couldn't even remember why anymore. These weren't my words, these were the words of the focus group. We
Sure.
packaged these focus groups up and localized them and translated them into Japanese. And then we took them to Japan. They were not well received. When we got into a heated argument, in particular with Yuji Naka, who argued that nobody would ever say anything derogatory about Sega, and least of all these kinds of words. This must be in some way faked, contrived, or manipulated, said the financial criminal.
Exactly. Like stocks.
And I should know. I know how it's done.
You were all thinking it. You know you were thinking it.
I was waiting for an
Yes,
opportunity to slide that in. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Ken. I love it.
You're traveling back because you're trying to save the brand. You're trying to save the company from themselves. You're trying to educate them on what's going on outside the four walls of Sega headquarters. And you've been accused of fabrication, manipulation, or flat-out lying. I said to the translator, tell him to fuck off. There's no way the translator was going to do that. I had put him in a bad spot, but Nakasan had spent enough time in the United States and jail to know what I was saying.
I also don't understand why did he put this at the beginning of the chapter where he's just going to repeat this in context. Like, okay,
right? Didn't I already tell somebody
It's
to
a
fuck off
teaser
earlier
to
in the
make
chapter?
you keep reading.
yeah, it's repeating this.
It
That
feels
part was
like he
repeated.
straight up. It feels like he read Console Wars and he's trying to imitate some of his pacing.
Peter Moore is
All we
a
have to do is have it go off on a tangent and a flashback for 45 pages.
Yes. Ken knows. He was
What he
here.
what he doesn't know is that the tangent is not literally because an actual tangent does go off to infinity.
Just a few years earlier, Sega had taken the video game world by storm with its cutting-edge advertising campaign and its Sega Scream. Genesis was the game console pro football players took on the road. Rappers mentioned Sega in their songs. One single rapper, one time. Moore's public persona, the brave face he put on at the 2002 Electronic Entertainment Expo in Los Angeles, betrayed no hint of the turmoil behind the scenes. That year, Nintendo and Microsoft prepared to launch new game consoles. Moore presented Sega as the belle of the ball.
Did he mean 2001?
Yeah.
Nintendo and Microsoft have already launched by 2002.
Yeah. He appeared on stage alongside Chief Xbox Officer Robbie Bach at Microsoft's pre-show press conference to announce the games Crazy Taxi Next, the House of the Dead 3, and House of the Dead 3 for Xbox.
What's the footnote on Crazy Taxi?
Yeah.
Though Crazy Taxi Next never materialized, Sega published an Xbox game called Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller that included design ideas originally created for Crazy Taxi Next. Okay, so it was a name change,
Crazy
basically.
Taxi 2 on Dreamcast.
Sega debuted games for GameCube with Sonic Adventure 2, Super Monkey Ball, and PlayStation 2, Virtua Fighter 4 as well. Tireless and showing no signs of stress, Moore met with an endless parade of journalists and executives, repeating the same prediction again and again.
Mr. Moore.
Oh, where are we? Oh my god, I can't see it.
We'll have a good year.
Oh, we'll have a good year on the other company's hardware this year. Give us 3 years and we'll overtake Electronic Arts.
At the time, EA was the largest independent publisher in the industry. Can you call them independent? Like, what does that even mean in this context?
Third party, perhaps?
FTB.
I worked with Peter Moore for 2 years and sort of transitioned the business away from hardware to software. I had to go to the competitors that Peter had pissed off and ask them to help us make that transition. That was particularly hard with Sony because, if you remember, Peter ran those ads where they taunted Sony about their hardware shortage at launch.
Yeah, we would have liked to know about that earlier in the chapter, but okay.
Yeah, I remember Andy Hold on a second. I must rise myself to omniscience because I don't remember what we're talking about. Sony Computer Entertainment America Vice President of Marketing Andrew House. Here, please take the collectible card. Calling me, in which I wasn't even working at Sega at the time. He says, "What are they doing? They're making it personal. They shouldn't do that." Then after Dreamcast, I had to go back to Andy and say, "Hey, now that we're publishing Virtua Fighter on PlayStation 2 and we're tight on funds, we sure could use some marketing support." Andrew was both a gentleman and a savvy competitor. He provided a lot of really critical launch support, particularly for Virtua Fighter, but for all of our games on the PlayStation. And all it took was 9 black eyes. My picture.
Sega wasn't the only video game company in trouble at the moment. According to the annual white paper published by Japan's Computer Entertainment Suppliers Association, CESA, the historically lucrative Japanese games market was in freefall. Between the years 1997 and 2002, Japanese game sales dropped from $9.6 billion to $6.9 billion.
Well, there's your problem.
Double
the
twice.
number's upside down.
Double nice.
CESA's lobbying arm blamed sales of used games for much of the drop and petitioned the government for legislation banning the reselling of games. They already had. They wasn't legal in Japan.
Exactly.
What the hell are they talking about?
Yeah. As far as Namco
yeah, here we
is
go.
concerned,
We get Alex's Messiah Nakamura again.
We are opposed to the sale of used games. As a manufacturer, we must have the general public understand how costly it is to develop our games. The retailer's position is that it is good for the players to get hold of less expensive games to enjoy. But the other side of the coin is that it is draining the incentive of the developers to invest all this money in developing good games. That does not help players in the long run. It is bad for all parties.
I would love to know the context of this quote.
That
I feel
is
like
an older quote, I believe.
yeah, because like I said,
definitely now he did say that, but that is in the earlier 90s, I believe, off the top of my head.
Like I said, the games reselling was banned in Japan. You could not do it. Like, you could return stuff, but resale was banned. So I think that this is another example of Kent misunderstanding what this quote is, misunderstanding the context. He might be talking about America for all I know. It doesn't say.
Right.
Other widely acknowledged causes for the drop in sales were Japan's growing mobile phone industry.
Yeah, from what I can recall of the CESA report, it's this stuff that they were talking about was dwindling hardware, loans, a couple other things. Like, I think that is available online somewhere. I'll try to look into it before the next session. It isn't. I've seen bits and pieces of it, but it is. I'm fairly certain it does exist online in some capacity.
And the dwindling last generation of hardware. Owing to recent changes in the local mobile market, the relatively recent innovation of texting had become available, attracting a younger market. Between cell phones siphoning off consumer dollars and the cyclical end of the current generation, some drop in sales was unavoidable. The reason for the decline in sales is because the Japanese video game industry is experiencing a change in generations of hardware, with Sony Computer Entertainment's launch of PlayStation 2, as well as Microsoft's announcement of Xbox and Nintendo's announcement of GameCube. That's what affected the sales of video games in Japan last year. When pressed by the interviewer, Honda acknowledged that Japan's growing interest in mobile phones also cut into game sales. Kenji Honda, president and CEO of Enix Corporation.
Yeah, but however, all of these companies were investing in developing games for mobile phones at that time too. Like they're not talking about that. They're not talking about their ties with all the Docomo companies and all that stuff. Like that was a big deal back then.
Yep.
Mirroring its volatile home market, Sega's earnings dropped from 5.5 billion yen, $423 million, in 1997 to a record loss of 5.1 billion yen, a loss of $404 million in 2001. In 2003, Semi Corporation, a major player in the pachinko market, purchased a 22% share of the company. The following year, Sammy purchased a controlling share and installed Hisao Gucci, the founder of Sega's internal hitmaker division, as the new president. Oguchi, sorry. Ken, can you take that? No. You're Peter Moore. So, Alex, you can take that one.
Sure. It's important to have a former game developer in this type of position. I have more of an ability to understand the direction the market needs to move in. I've learned a lot from the previous management. However, Sega is an entertainment company. I feel that the contents of the games must be equal to the company itself.
Now, Ken.
Problem with
Oguchi.
The problem with Oguchi was that he was a game designer. He came from the same place as everyone else. When Suzuki Onaka came with some new idea, he had trouble saying no. When they wanted more money for their projects, they'd say, "You know what it's like," and he'd give it to them. Oguchi had a great track record making games. That didn't make him the right man to run the company.
What's that thesis you have about the tension between creativity and
that's right.
running a business?
You gotta be in balance or it all falls apart.
Though Sammy had long dabbled in both arcade and console games, it specialized in pachinko, something similar to a slot machine. Not really.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Sure.
At least he didn't say similar to pinball. Hisao Gucci sounds like Heinz Doofenshmirtz. That's from Dale. Unlike Okawa, who forgot...
Rated.
I hedgehog.
Good stuff. If he ever comes up again, you know what to do, Alex. Unlike Okawa, who forgot about the bottom line profits when it came to Sega, Sammy came from the hard Scrabble world of gambling.
Yes, because no other computer or video game company had involvement with gambling in Japan in the second half of the 20th century. My God, Kent, can you point to Japan on a map for me, please?
and Sammy had never done anything in the video game business.
Well, I mean, he did say that they had dabbled in arcade and console.
That's true.
Okay, fair enough.
With Sammy's accountants scrutinizing his profits, Oguchi had to reorganize Sega's independent studios. He closed Mizuguchi's United Game Artists in 2003. You didn't explain what that was. He closed Smilebit, didn't explain. Overworlds, didn't explain. Amusement Vision in 2004, again. And then sold Visual Concepts. Oh, look, one you did actually explain. To Take-Two Interactive the following year. Who's that? Who knows? Yuji Naka, the superstar...
There's a drunk uncle that comes back from Vegas with two hookers on their arms.
Right.
Explain that.
Yuji Naka, the superstar creator of Sonic the Hedgehog and Nights into Dreams, left in 2006 and then was later convicted of things. Yu Suzuki, Sega's celebrated arcade legend, left in 2008 after he did a whole, did other stuff. But over the next decade, Sega underwent a dramatic transformation, laying off 18% of its staff and closing 110 arcades around Japan.
Coming up on my favorite line.
The Christ Caller. Get ready. In 2015, Sega closed down its San Francisco operation, laying off another 300 people worldwide. Now he's citing stuff, and I don't get it. Like, why now?
Well, citing stuff in the collapsed tail end of everything after, like, the story that he wanted to tell was complete. And it's like, yeah, this was everything that happened ever since.
All right, Ken.
What went wrong at Sega after Dreamcast? Without a platform to support, there wasn't any point in taking all those risks, and Sega lost its identity. You can't keep regurgitating Sonic the Hedgehog games, wanna bet, and Genesis classics without hardware. Sega lost its head.
All right, Alex, read it.
Sega still exists.
Alex,
that's my favorite line in the whole book.
Yes, explain why.
It's just so dumb. Like, why did you need to say that? Like, you didn't...
As long as there's a blue hedgehog, Sega will not be
No, you see,
6 feet under.
no, I bet it was just a simple matter of the editor, because clearly there was another sentence there originally, and the original sentence was going to be, unlike Isao Okawa, comma, Sega still exists.
Okay.
It's just the dumbest line. It's like, of course they do.
In 2019, which is when he stopped drafting this book, Sega published 14 games, though only a few of those titles were created in-house. But they have tons of subsidiary studios and this.
Like,
They are,
also,
and then apparently
never-
several paragraphs that were not what was summarized here. Open parentheses, a small player in the industry, close parentheses. But if they would have stayed the course, they wouldn't be around. They would have been scattered to the four winds, unlike the way that the employees in Sega were over the 2000s to the 2019, in which they were scattered to the four winds.
Sega is a major concern in Japan, and as you know, the collective weebs here know, they are hugely involved in anime production and a whole lot of other things. They have rebounded. They are fine. They don't need to be just a video game company.
The question is, how soon from the finishing of this book to the first trailer for the Sonic film with the teeth?
That's one thing. That's first of all, he's ignoring the fact also that Sega continued to make arcade games through all this, redemption games and everything that continued unabated. But also the fact he doesn't establish there's a clear distinction between Sonic and Mario. Mario is a video game character who also gets licensed. Sonic is a licensing juggernaut who also has video games. And throughout all this time, I mean, if you look at even when Sonic 206 and people were talking about the quality of the Sonic games, there were Sonic coloring books and Sonic notebooks and Sonic pajamas and Sonic curtains. And that's where that money is, and Sega was still making buttloads of money off Sonic licensing at this time. So yeah, they can very much keep regurgitating those Sonic games as just to keep it in the public eye. But it's not like Sega's entire existence was in the Dreamcast, and they were on life support and almost had the plug pulled. It's like there were other things going on there that, the company was able to rebound. It's not like they were, about to completely disappear off the face of the earth.
So I hear you.
I do think that the Okawa donation of all that money did do some things in terms of getting the wolves off of their back with in terms of and again, I want to reiterate that part of the problem with that is that every company was doing stuff like that, and just a lot of older generation boards of directors and stuff just simply did not get the memo that it was not time to be doing things in that manner after the bubble crashed, and a lot of older companies were going through the same thing. What happened to Sega was not unique to Sega, and almost took out companies that were much, much larger.
So Ken, I hear what you're saying, but all of that is covered in this book. Kent just condensed it brilliantly to Sega still exists.
Somehow Sega returned.
And if it had come out a couple years later, there would be an illustration from Toby Fox of Undertale fame with a very beaten Sonic the Hedgehog looking in a mirror and the text, "Despite all that, it's still you."
With this impression, you might as well have thought of Sega as just like in the tradition of Paws Inc., it would just become Spines Inc.
In some ways, the fall of Sega is seen as a cautionary tale, particularly for Nintendo, who has actual cash, unlike Sega. Unlike Sony and Microsoft, successful companies with identities outside the industry, Nintendo is inextricably associated with video games.
Yeah, it's a cautionary tale for Nintendo, who never sold their consoles at losses and has billions in cash. billions in fuck you money.
What is the cautionary tale there? Is that like the old joke?
What the hell is this footnote?
Okay.
When Fusajiro Yamauchi first founded Nintendo in 1889, the company made playing cards. Okay, because he's saying like inextricably associated with video games. Yeah, companies can change their identity. Like that's a thing that can happen.
What were you arguing about like 5 paragraphs ago that footnote would have made clear sense to include at that point?
I don't think so. If Sony closed its PlayStation business, it would be one of the world's largest electronics manufacturers. So that has been changing.
It would not be.
Not anymore.
Definitely would not be.
Microsoft makes its profits from cloud services and PC software. And PC software, I don't know if that's quite true in the same way.
And its investment in OpenAI.
Yeah. The Xbox division, this is all pre-OpenAI, so, you know.
I know.
The Xbox division has always been seen as an investment in the future. Nintendo, on the other hand, has no significant business away from video games.
One day that future's gonna come. One day.
Yeah, an investment into the future. Our current, well, I mean, the future is a hellscape, so they got kind of it right.
If Nintendo ever went platform agnostic, it could very well end up like Sega. On the other hand, even in the best of times, Sega operated on razor-thin margins, whereas Nintendo has a multi-billion-dollar war chest. All right, what is he?
Well, Sega would have had a war chest, but
Nintendo ever
Yuji
went
kept stealing it.
platform agnostic, it could very well end up like Sega. Right. Because people, if they went platform agnostic, people would stop buying Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon games. Sure.
In 1999, Nintendo of America chairman Howard Lincoln boasted that Nintendo had more than $5 billion in cash reserves.
Even though we're talking about 2019 at this point.
Well, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Also, interactive entertainment has evolved. If Nintendo abandoned its hardware business, it would have more platforms to choose from. Would it? No, there's less than there used to be.
Time is an illusion. Kent time doubly so.
Finally, yes. Finally, Nintendo games for the 3DO in 2028. We've waited so long. Free-to-play games weren't a thing in 2000. In 2002, when Sega went away as a hardware company, as you look at business models that are possible, you look at the ubiquity of the internet, you look at the advent of 5G wireless internet, you look at cloud gaming on the horizon, all of these things in the marketplace. What are those storm clouds over there? Let me not think about that. The fall of Sega probably is a cautionary tale, but we already see Nintendo with its IP on mobile now and having tremendous success. The lessons they're learning from that are different from the lessons they would have learned at the time. And Guy Kroll putting in his submission for Quotes That Haven't Aged Well Monthly, 2021.
Yeah, and just like skipping all the way ahead, and like I thought we were here to like learn the story of like how Nintendo got to where it was, but I guess not. All right, that will be the end of the.
Just to suffer.
That will be the end of the reading for tonight, though. What have we learned, everybody?
Sega
still
exists. That's what we have learned.
It is exactly what Kent wanted us to learn. Yeah, he hasn't improved that much, has he?
No, and
I think he's become unstuck in time. Has anybody checked to see if he's tethered to the ground?
I mean, he's just boring is the main thing I take away from Volume 2. Because I mean, there's some howlers in the first part here, but the first part is just repeating the stuff that he already did for the first book. He didn't do any new research from most of that. And so he's making the same errors. I don't recall the errors being too bad as it goes forward, but it's just there's nothing there. It's just a litany of releases and price points and,
I get the impression like he wrote this book because like he felt he had to. But I didn't get the sense like that it doesn't seem to me like he particularly like he wasn't into it when he wrote it. It seems like I should.
He's into it enough that he has talked about writing a Volume 3.
He like one of the things that he talked
vibe from this one.
the thing that he's talked about is that like he felt like when he wrote the first book, he's like, oh, it came out right as the Xbox and stuff were launching. I missed out. But that's like, it's what he's reporting is not history. Like, it's just like he's just a journalist who wants to have something on the shelf that's like the most recent thing about the most recent topic.
Stephen Elkind presents history. Yeah.
His priorities are just completely screwed up. Like, I really don't get what he's going for in a lot of these things. It's just, he's back to that thesis of like, oh, video games are big. You heard it here first, I guess.
Yeah, and
I'm a little bit concerned about his analysis of the Japanese market, in that it isn't so much an analysis of the Japanese market as if somebody took some Japanese financial analyses and then put them in like a big ball of paper and then threw them at his head and then said, "Tell me what you just saw."
I'm a little we're concerned about your use of the word analysis as something that Kent is trying to do in these things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what it would be like. I don't know how you would explain it. Like, it's not asking a Delphic oracle. It's not even staring kind of cockeyed at a capybara. Like it is. It's not making up shit. He's clearly reading something, but his interpretation of it is a little bit strange.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's part of the problem with reporters. Oftentimes, is that they're ground level. It's like they get the reports that come in, and then their ability to interpret it is based on what they're reporting elsewhere, rather than them like reading other reports.
Yeah, and that's the. That's where the real weaknesses in Kent come in, because the most interesting stuff that he does, I mean, it's not all accurate, but the most interesting stuff that he does is the stuff in the 70s and early 80s before he was a reporter. Once he hits the period where he was a reporter is when it just starts getting very rote and starts feeling like a series of press releases instead of a history book. That's the first book. And then the second book is all like that, because it's, even though he doesn't cover the industry anymore, it's all after the period where he was a reporter in the industry. And so that's like his frame of reference for it.
Yeah, and one thing that I know, I've read, I read the maybe a little less than halfway through this book, and like he doesn't really, even though he will bring up figures and stuff, he doesn't explain like the effect that the market has on video games. Like you are not going to get into any sort of understanding of, like what are the pressures of capitalism that are driving things in a particular direction. There's going to be a whole chapter about why EA is so hated, but it's not going to at all explain like why things were the way they were at EA. Just that these were things that happened, and therefore that's why they're hated. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to grasp, what his thesis is trying to be, but it feels like it's kind of stuck in this weird kind of not seeing the forest for the trees because you're going from tree to tree and making notes on the type of sap that they have.
Yeah. Good one. I like that.
Yeah, it's good. I like that.
That's what's, a little bit frustrating, although I am curious what Ken Kutaragi did to poor Mr. Kent. Like that's
no, other way around.
Oh yeah,
because Kutaragi was avoiding the reporter.
Yes.
So well, maybe we need Ken Kutaragi to go on and read some of the chapters.
It would just be a spill of profanities.
He was probably begging him to appear in the first volume. In the foreword of the first volume, he said Ken Kutaragi is one of 3 people he asked for interviews. that wouldn't give
If
away.
there's one small comfort for Kutaragi, it's that if Kent does ever try to attempt a third volume in this environment, it's just going to come out in several pages worth of AI and no play makes Kent a dull boy. AI and no play makes Kent a dull boy.
Mhm. So ahead, like, it's mainly console focused. There is a chapter about the arcade business.
Which is surprisingly, I mean, it's not a great chapter, but he's surprising. Like Galloping Ghost gets mentioned.
Oh yeah, Doc Mack is one of the largest people that are talked to in this.
Yeah, it's like good for him.
And someone that you know, Ken.
Oh, my man, Eddie Adlam's coming back. That's good.
Eddie will be back, and Eugene's there.
That was one of my favorite characters.
Oh God.
I think I'm gonna have some fun with Robbie Bach this time around.
I think we'll all have some fun with Robbie Bach. But yeah, generally it's well, technically, like, when does this book actually go up to? Because he's all about like, I gotta get to the present day, but like, what is it actually?
It just covers the PS2 and PS3 eras, so it stops at like 2009 or 2010, something like that.
It's like, I think it's probably about 100 pages shorter. Definitely way fewer chapters, which I think is a mercy. As much as anything.
2 console generations is all it is. 2 console generations.
Yeah, we'll have to make our judgments of whether, are we gonna be falling asleep to these next few read-throughs. But this time, I think we got some good laughs out of it. Some iconic quotes and things to chew on from here on out. So, what are people working on?
I am finishing up a bonus video for patrons and finishing up the very long-term project with Hubs that was scanning over 30 login magazines. I am at the very end. There's 3 left after this one that I'm working on, and those should be up shortly. Hopefully very soon. The Patreon video should be out by the end of the week. Then a second Patreon video will come out for the higher tier for and that is going to be on the Habitat's various relations with CompuServe. And then after that, I will be revising one of my earliest videos, which is on the AX series, and doing that proper because my video sucked, because I was just starting. And I'll also be looking into, for the later in the year, a large video, a very big one, which is going to be on the J.B. Harold detective games. And I'm sure there are other projects that I am not thinking of at the moment. Oh yes, there's also because from Rage, many fundamental 1970s computer magazines that should be up as scans that will be restored by hand by me in Photoshop to try to get better capture for the type-ins, which are seminal things like Eliza, and various other really important early things, and whatever else I can see that'll cross my path in terms of auction and trying to fill up the holes in the archiving stuff, particularly with the usual stuff with early 80s Japanese computing. I'm still working on trying to get to Midwest Gaming Classic. It may not happen due to family concerns. I will be at Save the Games, and I will be at Naricon.
Yay!
Excellent.
I'll see you at Save the Games.
I will see you at Save the Games, Ken.
Yeah, I don't think I got.
I got accepted. So.
Yeah, I don't think I got accepted.
Sweet.
Because I think you and Nate got it, and I didn't get it because I'm still too much of a newbie. But I will be there no matter what. I'm still hoping that I get a last minute, because I was very under the wire for submitting it, so I am the last person that's going to be emailed. But I will definitely be there. It's a $20 train to get there. It's not a big deal.
So what's your topic, Ken?
Oh, I'm going to be writing about my experiences interviewing people for my different books.
Mm-hmm.
The Game Gear book and then the books and the challenges of trying to get a hold of people and And basically all the ins and outs of trying to do oral history for these projects and the pitfalls of having, relying on people's memories that have to be corroborated, and then it's not like you can often go and just instantly find documentation to corroborate, because some of the documentation is either hasn't been translated, or it's not public, or it's simply not available, or you know
Yeah.
that's what I'm going to be talking
So
about.
what's your favorite story of tracking down a person? I'll tell you mine first. Is that I once found a person because I was searching online and searched for his wife online, and discovered that his wife was a member of a Friends of the Library organization for a public library, and through that discovered he was also a member of the Friends of the Library Association, and they had a website. So I emailed the Friends of the Library Association saying, I'm trying to find this guy, and they connected me to him. That's my favorite story of tracking someone down. What's yours?
Favorite story of tracking somebody down. I think it would have to be Mike Posen, who was the guy behind the Strike series of games. On the I got his contact info easily enough that I sent him an email, and it went to like 2 weeks went by, 3 weeks went by, and I got no response. So I usually give 2 or 3 weeks, and then I send a follow up, say like, maybe you didn't see my email. And then that happened. I sent him like, I think it was like we were going back and forth for like I was going, on and on, sending him these emails for like a month and a half. And then finally the response was like, I don't remember exact wording, but the tone was like, well, basically what he said was like, why would you be interested in talking to me? And then I explained to him, you're like, oh yeah, I'm a real big fan of these games, and I really like them, and I'd like to know how they were made, things like that. And whereas most people are like, oh, I just don't care about that fear, like Tom Ruderdolph from the um Sega agreed to be interviewed, and then he emailed back and said, yeah, you know what, I'm not going to do it because I really don't care enough. It's, to me, that was just another job, and I'm not interested in talking. There's either that or people are like really enthusiastic. I had to convince him that he was worth being interviewed.
Wow.
And then when I actually interviewed and spoke, and I did the interview and I laid it out with the images and everything, and when it went up and I sent him the link, he read it, and like his response was like, he was so happy, and he was like, and I don't remember exactly what he said, but I'll always remember that his email ended with, "Thank you for remembering me."
Aw.
And I was like, damn. I was like, my whole, it's like, why would you not expect, someone to be interested in these games? Like it just, at the time, it just didn't occur to me that, I can understand you saying, no, I don't feel like talking to you. I don't have time for that shit. Fuck off, But to be, it was like he was really, really humble.
Yeah.
That always left an impression on me.
Yeah. The one that I had that was like that is kind of funny because he's interviewed all the time, and he knows he's interviewed all the time, and he knows people care. But Lewis Castle has got to be one of the nicest people in all of gaming. And like, even though I was like the 5 millionth person to interview him, he still thanked me at the end of the interview rather than
Lewis
like
Castle of
me
Westwood.
thanking him. Yeah.
Yeah, he was really nice.
Yeah.
Like Marty Franz of Sega, he was the guy who said that quadrilaterals were better than polygons, and like asked him to explain that, and I guess he forgot that I'm not an engineer, and I had to tell him, could you please explain that to me like I'm 5-year-old and brain damaged? And I didn't get that, and I was like, well, okay, can you please explain it to me like I'm reading this and have no idea about any of this? And so because I'm trying to figure out like how I can like rephrase it or summarize his answer. It's like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna quote him. That's the way I can say it better than he did.
You saw the doctorate and automatically assumed that you were an engineer. That does happen.
Hey.
I was just like, duh. I just looked at the screen like, duh.
My favorite like contacting someone is like I guess the most memorable would be finding Van Tran,
Well, yeah.
but like my favorite in terms of like I wish they were all like this was when I contacted someone for this video that I'm putting out this week. Actually, when I contacted the developer who is in the UK and is still working in tech, and I just asked them, you know, could I ask you a few questions about this? I didn't even want to go that deep, you know, but he was all like super enthusiastic and was like, yeah, let's hop on a call or whatever. And so he hops on a Zoom call, and I don't know how to record on Zoom even. So he's like, oh, I'll record it for you and send it to you. And then, like, afterwards, he sends me a bunch of rare photographs from his personal collection of the office and things from that time. So some of those photos are going to be in this video as well. Just like, oh my gosh, I wish they were all like this.
Yeah, ones that are directly interested in that sort of stuff. You know, like you know, most of the people I've ever contacted are, you know, kind and nice, and they'll be like, hey, yeah, well, we'll talk, and you know, they're generally just very good people. But there's those few who are like actively interested in what you're doing, and that always just like it brightens the heart.
I think the most awkward like person that like interaction I had wasn't the interaction itself was awkward. The interaction itself was pretty all right, except that like she didn't know like anything. She couldn't remember anything regarding what I was asking about, but she seemed very nice and wanted to like follow me on Facebook. And so I follow her on Facebook, and then I like unfollowed her within a few months because all of her posts were like just like no, it wasn't within a few months. I think I unfollowed her a year or so later when it turned out that she was super Trumpy. All of her posts were super Trumpy. Like, oh, backing away.
Oh no.
I'm just not good with people, so you know. But I've also like just starting and getting out and reaching out, and you know, most times just had a bad luck run of people that have been screwed over before, and the last one was like, practically like, "Are you a cop?" You know, so like.
In my case, it's like, are you Blake Harris?
Oh yeah, man. I'm positive I would have talked to Peter Main by now if not for Blake Harris, because Howard Lincoln gave me his address, but everyone told me that he was really upset with Blake Harris.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I tried. Yeah.
No one. No, like Nintendo was just like, they didn't slam the door in my face. They just smiled politely as they slowly closed it. You know, they didn't slam it though, but they just smiley nodded, you know, like no, and just shut the door in my face, you know.
Yeah, no, Howard Lincoln. I mean, I didn't get too many things out of him that were like unique to what he'd given elsewhere, because he kind of didn't have a memory for much of the stuff that he hadn't already talked about.
And he's a lawyer.
Yeah, but I am proud of the fact that I did get to interview him, and he was very helpful. But that is the only time that I have ever been screened before an interview. Like, I've had people sometimes come back and say, you know, I'd like to know a little more about you or see an example of something that you've written. But he was still on the. But in this case,
yeah,
he was like, because he was still on the board of Nintendo of America at the time. He was like, you know, yeah, I'd love to talk to you, but first I'm going to need to have our PR firm screen you. And so I actually got a call from someone at Nintendo's PR firm and had to talk to them. It was not an interrogation. It was a very pleasant talk. And after that, he was perfectly happy to talk about anything. I mean, he was really great.
I got technically kind of screened when I talked to Jay Smith the third. No, not your father. By his son. He kind of like wanted to know what the hell was up. But after that, talked with him twice. Still want to talk to him more because I never got to talk about the Genesis stuff that he did. But I had to go through that process. But he was very insightful. He had a lot of cool stories. I can always look at my interview list and be like, yeah, I can remember, you know, the situations that I was in and how the interviews happened. The really weird, like the thing that kind of like made the end of the book was I got invited to multi-person interviews on 2 separate occasions by Dragon's Lair related people, just like out of the blue. I don't know how it happened, but just like sitting down with multiple people was a unique experience, and I kind of wish that happened more because seeing some of these folks bounce off each other is pretty cool.
Yeah.
How's it going with it? What's the status? Is your book coming out soon, or?
I have been told that it will be published by sometime in the second quarter of this year, and that is all I have been told.
Looking forward to it.
I look forward to it being out.
I'm just looking forward to finally being able to do a Gremlin episode.
Hey, does anyone?
We're limited, right? We're limited print.
Yeah, the press run.
Press run.
Yeah,
they've been too busy with Phoenix Volume 6 in 2 volumes.
Isn't it 5?
At this point,
sorry, you're right. Phoenix 5 in 2 volumes, which they are also publishing.
At this point, I'm surprised your book isn't going to come out from Dark Horse instead, because it seems like they might be moving all their books over to there.
That's not what Jeremy. You asked him that in the interview, and that's not what he said. What he said was that there are a couple limited things that they're doing with Dark Horse. So I kind of immediately knew that that was not how it was going to be. But I haven't received any information. That's something I'm going to talk with Jeremy about at MGC if I can have him for a couple minutes, because he's a busy man.
And I'm going to finally meet Ethan Johnson, friend of the show.
Yes.
Up in Milwaukee.
It'll be scary. And we'll both meet Kate.
Exactly. We'll both
meet
Kate.
I am looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I wanted to go this year, but my wife's coming with me to save the games. Because it's just the 2 of us. We're not going to take the kids. And she's never, ever seen me present before. So she's like, hey, you're always talking about this. You're always going off. I want to see you present. Like, okay. But because she's going with me to New York, so that's why I'm not going to be able to go to MGC, because plane tickets to Rochester are just much more expensive.
Yeah. With the fuel and everything, that's another factor. With me, it's just a simple matter of my mom being screwed over by her insurance and coming home early with a busted up knee and trying to figure out a way to stay within a certain distance and things like that, where it's like I can go to Rochester, I can go to Narracon, which is just in Albany, but being states and states away might be a problem with my parents in the condition that they are. So that's what I'm there still might be a last minute reprieve, but I don't know. It's looking less likely now that they turned around and were like, yeah, we're going to release your mother 3 weeks early because we can't do anything for her. Her knees are too messed up. So like that is what I am in right now.
Yeah.
So
now when y'all are up in Rochester, I need you to steal me the rough draft of the finding aid for the Kurt Vendel Atari.
Oh
collection.
yeah, I have to.
Because I want to know what's in it.
Yeah, I need to look at the Broderbund papers myself for a couple things.
Yeah, I was one of the things that they sent us with the acceptance is like, you should ask about the getting the on-site access, because you don't know if the slots might get filled up real quick. So I was gonna do that today. I know one thing I need to look at, because I need to ask Borman where the hell it is. It just something he posted on Twitter so long ago, like literally years and years ago. He had found, I don't know what collection this was, but he found the editor for System Shock the level editor. I don't know.
Wow.
I have no idea what the context of this was. I just saw it and I'm like, what? What is this? So I need to figure out from him what if that's in a collection somewhere. I hope it wasn't lost.
Yeah.
That's one thing I can look at, and I'm hoping that the Kurt Vendel stuff will be somewhat accessible.
So, for those of you who do get access to the library, there's something you should be aware of. They changed up their how they run things a little bit. I just discovered this week, and I have been sitting on. I'm going to post about it on Blue Sky, but I've been sitting on it because I've been busy with some other things. But I want to read it to you. Where the fuck did it go? Da, 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 da. Oh, right here. So, okay. So those of you who have been there before or heard from us who have been there before, like the you can go like when we went there, we could go and like photograph any documents so that really like rather than wasting time, precious time, like reading through the documents there, we could just like whip through with the camera. And the stipulation was you cannot publish those photos, you can't distribute those photos. That's fine. It's for personal research. Well, here's what changed in the last year. Photography is permitted, but the use of a personal phone, digital camera, or scanner is not allowed while using collection materials. Researchers must use the museum's equipment to capture visual notes. The strong limits the number of pages captured from any collection material to 1/3 of its total content, or 100 pages, whichever is less. Researchers are permitted a maximum of 500 photos or scans of collections materials per calendar year. The 500 images may not be sequential pages from a single resource.
That is some New York Museum policies. I'm familiar with them from other things. They are annoying.
Right, wait, what was for this
No,
again?
but it's never been that way before is the thing. I went in there and took thousands of pages of photographs there in the past.
Yeah, like my research would have been impossible, like under these stipulations. And these stipulations, I don't like them personally because they seem very exclusionary to people who can't afford to make regular trips. It feels like they're doing it to like try to get people to come back regularly and not like shop all at once, or
That's why
something.
they did it in New York.
I've been distracted from this for a little bit, but I do know of the I think it's the New York Public Library, the Broadway sort of videotape section that they have. There's stipulations in there where you have to watch it in person, of course, but you cannot.
Yes, I've been there. I've been there for people here.
Yeah, you can. There's like a stipulation of one viewing per person.
Yep.
Period. Specifically
They have a
because
security guard behind you too.
Yeah, specifically because apparently at one point someone was going in frequently to look at recordings of old shows and was apparently like developing shows of their own and was accused of copying stuff from those rewatchings and like taking notes and whatever.
It is immensely aggravating.
That doesn't make any sense.
How does that policy stop that? That policy doesn't stop that. Like, that makes no sense.
Well, to be fair, not everyone can be like a Mozart level kind of copying down things, and this is strictly for like choreography and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're talking about the dance library.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with the case, and this is more to do with ASCAP stuff and things like that, so it's a little bit different. But generally,
To be clear,
they have been getting the New York Public Library, in particular, has been getting much and much more strict. The college libraries have gotten much and much more exclusive. And yes, it is a class thing. It is a thing of completely locking it away because they want
Right.
to give the access to the research to only to their whales who are giving them money. That is what it is. You have the nail on the head, even if nobody wants to say it.
to be
It's been a
clear,
problem.
the reason I knew about that was because it was submitted as a lateral question. So
So, that's just the way of the world right now, and it is aggravating.
Yeah,
But
so
there's
I'm
not much
gonna
we can do about
post.
it.
Sure, there is. I'm going to post about it on Blue Sky to raise awareness, and enough historians are upset about it and complain about it. Maybe something will change because they. If everyone who wants to go or is going to save the games is like, "Hey, wait, actually, what are you doing?"
Well, I
They'll
wish you the
realize
best of
something's
luck,
wrong.
but unless somebody says, "Oh, what the hell," and they're giving the museum tons and tons of money, they're not going to give a flying fuck. I'm going to say that straight up because that is just the way that these places are right now because they feel that that is what they need to survive rather than patronage. And that is just how they are acting. I saw this happen in music. It's one of the reasons why I'm in the position that I'm in right now. It is the way of things right now, unfortunately.
But
But
the big
that
threat,
doesn't mean
like
don't talk about it. But I'm just saying
right,
that it's
the thing with the strong though is that they part of their being friendly with us is that we would recommend to people, hey, yeah, if you have stuff that isn't magazines, if you have files and old documents, best place to go is the strong. And that's
yeah.
what the strong benefits hugely from people submitting documents. But if we go around saying, actually, you should not donate to the strong unless you want to make sure that your documents are never seen by anyone. You should instead donate to the Smithsonian or somewhere else. That'll freak the strong out.
I just have a very different viewpoint about how I think they're going to respond to it because this is just the way that they are right now, and this is something that I've seen with other foundations and things like that. But definitely give it a shot. I mean, there's no harm in saying and voicing, uh, what your concerns are about things. Like I think that that's probably a good thing to do, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to do anything because this is because they want this to be a little playground for people that are giving them the most money. It stinks of like New York Public Library and the way some like the holes and stuff handle their academic research to me. It sucks. I don't like it, but it is the way that these people have been acting, and we saw this in New York City a lot. So that's basically the way I kind of think about it. But let's see. Let's see how they go about it. The other good thing about nonprofits is that sometimes the left hand does not know what the right hand's doing. So you could raise awareness, and somebody on the board might go, "What the fuck? I didn't know they were doing this," and then it might go away. So who knows? But that's just sort of the way that I look at it.
Right.
So
I feel like there's no great detriment to having those, having the previous policies. So I don't think that it's purely a thing of yeah. So we'll see. Well, I'll make noise because I think
sure
it's important to do things where you can and.
Okay, so a couple of things, because now I'm looking at this. The captured images will be reviewed by library staff, reduced to grayscale, watermarked, and sent to the researcher. Well, AI can get rid of watermarks. Who cares? But it does say, though, the strong reserves the right to limit the number of pages copied from any item to 1/3 of its total content, or 100 pages, whichever is less. So they may or may not stick to that prohibition.
Never had a situation with NYPL where they didn't. Sorry.
Yeah, the thing I was quoting you from is from their fellowship. They updated the research fellowship page, and that's where they have the shorter version. But yeah, I read the version you were reading too, where it's a little more in depth, but it's still
a
sounds
limit of
like
500 per year, but
yeah.
And there are exceptions are only granted by prior written agreements with the strong. So like for our example, Ethan, like we are legit writing a book on the history of Atari.
Presumably at some point.
We're going to. We're going to. And very soon we will have both been published. And so
I mean, I have technically been published, just online.
Yeah, well, no, I meant, books. You know.
No, well, I published a book through Humble Bundle.
I've read it. I've read it. Your interviews, but
yes.
with Coin Op people. But and I know Jeremy and John Paul pretty well. I bet if we were to put together a research proposal and explain that we're doing a history of Atari and we would like to specifically access that collection and have a little more leeway specifically in regards to whatever it is we're looking for, internal memos, etc., that we might be able to work out some kind of specific research agreement. This is their general, policies. So like the days of being able to go in and like I used to do and request 10 different collections and photograph all of them, like those I think are totally gone, even if even under those circumstances. But I bet we could work to get access to specific collections with specific intent.
So what you're saying is I shouldn't defame the strong when I go and support Kate. What she's saying?
Well, you can defame them politely, but but I think there's probably still room for individual
There's ways you can talk about it without defaming them. You can go and say that this makes the job. This is why this is stupid. It's not.
Right. You can say, I'm going to say that I'm disappointed. I'm not going to be like, we should, pull all support from the strong, unless they double down,
Yeah.
The more that they double down.
I'm glad I've already photographed wide swaths of several of their collections, as well as all of the video game material in Playthings and Toy and Hobby. And I didn't get through all of their replays and play meters, but I've photographed a few of those as well. So
I just wish that, like, if they were doing this, that their guideline to their collections was a little bit more ample than it was, because it's basically like, here's a box and here's a thing that we think might be in here.
Right. It's so disorganized that even if you want, even if you're like, okay, I'm only going to do 1/3 of this collection, it's like you can't find shit. Like in the case of the Broderbund collection, like there are sales figures, like sales charts. There are sales charts sprinkled throughout those files that are not marked as a specific file. Right, everyone I talked to who looked at the Broderbund files before I went were surprised that there were sales figures in there because, they're so hard to find, like mixed into places where it seemed like they shouldn't be. The only way I found those is because I photographed everything and then like OCR'd it all, so that I can search stuff.
Yeah, it's the eternal thing of how much use is something like a game prototype in a museum. Like what possible circumstances could someone with the requisite knowledge go in and pull out the interesting information in a game prototype if it's only on site in a location?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I have to do. But that's literally what I'm there for. But we'll see if it even exists. And so, that's that is why I am there. But I don't, I have a feeling that I would like to be able to take pictures of a haystack to search for a needle in a haystack. But if that's the way they're going to be, I kind of okay. That's the way it's going to be. I'm sort of.
I mean, with the stuff I had to print in San Diego, all the court documents that I had to, crowdfund to get printed because they did not allow you to go and take the photos on, with your phone for no reason.
I cannot crowdfund in my state. Period. Because of the stuff that I do,
No, I'm just what I'm trying to say is that I wouldn't have been able to sit there and very meticulously peel out all the information from the court documents that they gave me in the time that I was there. I would have not had any time to do anything else.
Me either.
So I had to go and print those out, and then I made them available, and now nobody else has to ever do that again.
I am waiting for they mail you after you sign up with the courts in New York State, so I have to wait for my postcard with my login key thing, and then I can get the stuff where they charge you the 10 cents per page on the court cases. I'm waiting for that for the accolade thing.
You're trying to figure out the distinctive stuff?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I have the answer, so it's in the video. It's done for what I need it for, but I will try to pull it down since other people are talking about it. I don't particularly want to put a browser plugin in because of the IT side of me is screaming it. Hey, use this browser plugin because it'll make it free. Yeah, that's great, but like it's got old. I looked at the plugin and it was not conducive to my system, and I'm like, I don't know about that, guys. But I can certainly, take pay the 10 cents for the few briefings and notes that I need and the testimonies from Software Toolworks and from Broderbund and the other people who were there. That's no problem. I'll try to get that just because they're just, there to talk about the way that they did business and that kind of thing. Maybe that would be helpful, but like...
I wish I had properly known how Pacer worked because I wasted my opportunity that I had some free access. And I just, I used that up, and then there was a debt behind, so I just ran. That's still unpaid.
No, I don't want to. I have to be careful. I don't want to. I can't spend less. I have to spend less than $30, but like I have to. This is just the way that it is right now.
Well, at least you know what the files are. That's part of the problem with Pacer is that you searching for what the files are is part of your usage.
I know. Believe me, I know. And I'm aware of the bullshit with that, and I expect it because this is nonprofits. We're all dogs. They're all dogs fighting over the last bone because the government disabled all of their infrastructure for any sort of other donation process. So we're going to see more and more tightening of belts. We're going to see more and more personal. You'll get a foot massage in your own jacuzzi for the people that are giving the most money to these institutions. It's just the way that it is right now. If we have a government change in 2 years or 4 years, maybe you'll go back to something different. But right now, nah, we're miracle they're even letting us in the building as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry to be real cynical about it, but like, it's just, that's the way that it is. Once USAID's once the AIDS stuff was going, once they started bringing down places like Floyd, forget it. They're not gonna. It's a miracle these things are still operating. Everybody's going to end up the way of PBS if they're not careful. So that's the way it's going to be. So expect all sorts of fucking nonsense because they don't have the equipment to deal with this kind of situation. It is an alien to them as an actual alien invasion.
So I think, and the more I look, I think the 100 pages thing, it looks like they've gotten ridiculously paranoid about copyright. So I don't think the Strong would actually limit photographs to 100 pages of one of their archival collections for which they own copyright. I think that's more for their books and magazines and whatnot. Now the max of 500 pages a year, that's for everything. But I think the stuff about not all of them being sequential from a single resource and reserve the right to limit to 1/3 of the source or 100 pages is really about their copyrighted books and magazines and not their archival collections. So that makes me feel a little better because I already
I'm going to be
photographed
skeptical. Yeah, I'm going to be healthily
lot
skeptical
of.
about the whole situation because I am used to the New York Public Library, who I'm wondering every time when I go in there why they simply do not just shoot me at the door to make this whole process a little bit quicker.
And
I
the,
have
the yeah.
I have handled actual firearms with less security.
And I think the 500 images may not be sequential pages from a single resource. What they don't mean like a single collection. They mean like literally a single resource. Like they don't want people coming in and taking pictures of a 300-page book.
Right.
All the more reason for us to continue doing what we're doing in terms of our archival work and finding things and scanning them and putting them up, because it's the bottom line is that is the way that we're going to have to do these things while this situation continues to be a spiraling hellhole around us. It's the bottom line.
Thankfully, I've already, and not all of the photographs are great because I was moving quickly, but thankfully I have already photographed all of the video game material in the toy trade publications that the Strong owns. As well as a fair number of their coin-op publications.
That fucking video library, because not only are the videotapes separate, but there's a guy, a poor volunteer, that has to rewind and fast forward when you tell him to, and they will break the tape and send you up a message like, the tape is broken, I need to fix it again. And it's real fun to try to go through like 80p credits in tiny 2-point font, trying to figure out who in the hell made this amusement park ride. Which is what I was doing for Johnny. You know, while they're breaking stuff, and the security guard is being not smally vocal about how he wants you to finish your work. So that is what I'm sort of expecting when I come in. Like, you know, like I said, the New York Public Libraries have gotten worse and worse. The universities have gotten especially worse. Fordham in particular. Where it used to be you could just go in and take pictures. Now it's like, it's a wonder they're not boiling you in tar the moment you walk in.
And it doesn't look like the Strong is going to have somebody hovering over you, but what they're going to do is you're using their equipment, and then after the fact, they're reviewing all the pictures you took before sending them to you. And they're going to watermark them, and then I'm going to use a fucking AI program to get rid of their watermarks. I mean, what is a watermark in this day and age? I mean, seriously.
Even Moby Games had to stop using them.
I would, I don't know, I just think they'll just install the snake pit eventually.
And, I mean, I'm not going to share a print. I've been very good.
No, this is what you do. You put the stuff all. You put all the stuff together. You put all the marks in. You give a charge for people spending time in the room, and you make it into an escape room. There you go. That's what you do. You serve beer. You make it into an escape room. You don't can't get out. You're going to end up in the files. That's the.
I mean, they don't want you ripping up the files to get them to force you out.
The escape room is they make you sit there with Kent and you have to read it without snickering. If you do that, you get to leave.
It's like a Squid Game, you know, the umbrella, you know.
Well, obviously,
Quick, Stephen, Kent, dislodge yourself from time again so that we may get out of here.
The way to make that work is just to have those opaque.
Man, the time in that book is bothering me. Is Kent living backwards like Merlin? Is that what's going on? Like,
those opaque contacts you put in just so you can look like you're reading it and convince them. Oh yeah. There's a quiz.
So we're done streaming, right?
No, it's still on.
Congratulations. Hi FBI, hi everybody. You know, please line up over there, like the slapping scene in the movie Airplane, for those of you over the age of 30. Just go do that.
Alex, I just noticed because that thing that I sent to FTB, and he's looking at the court case stuff. There is at least the docket for stuff exists for Atari games v Nintendo. On the
I can't hear you. Can you repeat that?
The docket for the Atari games v Nintendo case, and there's a whole bunch of interesting depositions, including Michael Shurock. Funnily enough,
Does anyone want to watch a 2-minute video?
All right,
yeah,
we
I'd like
will.
to check your thing once the stream is over.
Yeah, we will wrap up from here. Thanks for joining us on this wonderful adventure into Kentian madness. We'll see you next time.